not a coolant for inflation. That's what we have to really be careful of, because wages are in the driver's seat in the Fed's decision this month and for future months.
So that raises this question. Are you seeing wages fall more than you're seeing some of the labor market data suggest?
Are wages falling fast enough is the key question, and we're not seeing it fall fast enough to be consistent with the 2% target. Look, we look at wages all the time at ADP. In fact, I just looked at 22 million over the weekend while I was barbecuing, and what we found is that wages are different. The complexion is different. It used to be low-wage workers were seeing the highest pay gains. That is not true anymore. High earners are seeing the highest wage gains. And that has an effect on the overall composition of wage growth. And that's the effect that the Fed is paying very close attention to. It's not top-line numbers anymore. That's too easy. You have to peel back. Now I'm going to mix my metaphors a little bit. Peel back the hood? No, peel back. I mean,
don't worry, you're talking to the wrong person.
Yeah, you're going to have to do something underneath the top line number to get to the meat of what's going on in this labor market. And it's a wage picture that is much more complex now than it was before in the pandemic time.
And that frankly explains why you're seeing ongoing strength in airlines and in all of the hotels, et cetera, because wealthier individuals can keep spending and they're getting raises, even though you're seeing real weakness at some of the smaller businesses. So when you start to take a look at the overall picture, does this suggest that the economy is stronger or weaker than the Fed currently seems to be making out?
There are key pockets of weakness. This is a lopsided economy. You have some industries really driving the economy forward, but then some stepping back, like consumer durables. I look at that very closely. These big ticket items that are, losing some steam in terms of the consumer's ability to keep up. And then you look at the housing market, which is basically plateauing right now. It's stalled, it's frozen, it's really starved of inventory, it's locked up by interest rates. The housing market isn't doing what it does traditionally during a Fed hiking or cutting cycle, which is translate to Main Street, and that's going to be a big differentiator of what the Fed can do going forward, even as it, I don't say cut, trims interest rates, because wages and the pace of wage growth will keep the Fed from doing steady cuts like the market expects. I think it's going to trim here and there and see how the economy plays out.
That brings us to on Thursday when we get CPI. A lot of people are going to be looking more specifically at OER, owner's equivalent rent, than anything else, because they're looking for some cooling there that could really indicate the Fed has an open door in September, like a lot of people were saying, to cater to the pockets of weakness despite some of the strength that you're talking about. Do you agree? Do you think that we're going to see real housing disinflation in this number and going forward?
No. Because housing's problems aren't cyclical, they're structural. Look, the interest rates are not high enough to keep people from buying houses. What's keeping people from buying is too low inventory, not too high interest rates. And that's going to continue. That's trickling down to all of shelter costs. And I've always disagreed with this notion that shelter costs would be the game changer for the CPI in the second half of, it used to be second half of 2023, then it was moved to second half of 2024. It's off the table. Housing is not going to be the savior of CPI. It has to come from somewhere else.
Do you see supply, though, coming back online in the housing market if the Fed were to cut interest rates?
No, because it's unfortunately not just interest rates. We had very low interest rates for a very long time, and still we didn't have enough affordable housing to go around. So it's regulation, it's local politics, not just national politics that are affecting the housing market right now.
You also have data on promotions. What are you seeing in terms of internally peeling back the under the hood of how management is promoting individuals?
They're not promoting as fast as they did last year. That's the punchline. And so what you're seeing in the labor market is one that's kind of stalling out a little bit. People aren't leaving, even if they're unhappy. We also have an article out on our website that young people would rather be unemployed than unhappy, but they're still not quitting their jobs. They say they'd rather be unemployed, but they're not actually leaving. So there is some stall out in the labor market. People are not getting promoted as much. They're staying in their chair longer, and you're missing that dynamism that keeps the labor market moving, progressing, hiring, and increasing wages and profits.
I love that young people think that's a choice, that you could be unemployed without a job, without money, and be happy, Bramo.
Well,
Thoughts?
I love that they're realizing that that is not possible, which is why they're staying in the jobs and just miserably quiet quitting, which explains why a lot of people have a lot of opinions about new entrants to the workforce that I think might in certain cases be unjustified, but I've been hearing a lot about this from different business owners.
I know you've got opinions too. Nina, it's great to see you. Thanks for doing this.
Thanks for having me.
Great to catch up. Thank you. Nina Richardson there of ADP. More of Bramo's thoughts a little bit later.
It's okay. I think
Let's
I'm
get
done.
you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Russia today for the first time in 5 years. He's set to meet with President Vladimir Putin during the visit. Russia is India's biggest supplier of weapons and oil. However, Moscow has been deepening its ties with China, which has seen its relationship with India stuck at a low point. Thousands of workers at Samsung Electronics walked off the job today, staging a rally demanding better pay. It's the biggest organized labor action in the South Korean company's half-century history. Negotiations over pay and vacation time collapsed last month. Union leaders say the strike is intended to drive home employee demands by disrupting production at one of the company's most advanced chip facilities. Boeing will plead guilty to criminal conspiracy in connection with 2 fatal crashes of its 737 MAX jets. The Justice Department had concluded the plane maker failed to adhere to an earlier settlement. Under this agreement, Boeing faces a criminal fine of up to $487 million. The company will also install a corporate monitor. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the programme, a surprise out of left field.
I think the market is probably trying to digest what was the surprise of last night, which is that the left alliance did better than expected and came out first.
The latest on the French election, up next from New York City. This is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key. You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper.
I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
DOJ or other authorities
could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep Green World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
Stocks just about unchanged here. Futures going nowhere. In the bond market, yields creeping just a little bit higher. Down by double digits last week. Weaker data. Much more on that in a moment. We're up 2 basis points this morning. 430.18. Under surveillance this morning, a surprise out of left field.
I think the market is probably trying to digest what was the surprise of last night, which is that the left alliance did better than expected and came out first. What remains, I think, the main message of last night is that there is not going to be an outright majority for anyone. Obviously, it's an issue because it means it's going to be very, very complicated to find a sense of direction for French policymaking.
So here's the latest following the weekend vote. France is heading into political gridlock after a shock defeat for Marine Le Pen's national rally in Sunday's election. The country's left-wing coalition winning the most seats in parliament but failing to capture a majority. George Saravelos of Deutsche Bank writes this: the divisions undermine Europe's long-term competitiveness and unity. We see euro, dollar and many other dollar pairs staying weak below 110 for the next 2 years. George joins us now for more. George, great to catch up. I know you've got a broader view at Deutsche Bank on the US dollar against other pairs too. I just want to start with the single currency and the weekend's events, and then we'll sort of work our way to that. After the weekend, what does it mean for French policy for you and the team?
Good to see you, John. I think it's important to contextualize what the market was pricing into this event. If you look at the euro trade weighted, if you look at European equities excluding France, if you look at peripheral spreads, they were all exactly where they were before the first round of the French parliamentary elections were announced. So to me, that's telling me the market was essentially pricing nothing in terms of the spillover of the French events into the rest of Europe. In terms of the outcome we got, it probably will prevent any sort of spillover in that we've got a period of prolonged standstill and political paralysis in France. So I think what it means for the next few months is that nothing's going to happen. The market was already pricing that, which is why the response was so muted. The more interesting question, of course, is what happens on a more medium-term basis on a 1 to 2 year basis. And on that front, we're a bit more pessimistic.
So define a bit more pessimistic, because we saw a number of different notes over the weekend where people basically were saying that it looks like the least bad option right now, but it might be the worst option going forward if there's no political governance. Walk us through kind of what kind of reaction we could see in the euro and peripheral bond spreads in response to this.
So I think it's all about the transmission of what's going on in France to the rest of Europe. We shouldn't be expecting the euro to weaken if it's just OAT Bund spreads widening, for example, if the market is just pricing idiosyncratic French risk. So we think about what does it mean for broader Europe? And I think about the transmission channel by essentially 2 dimensions. The first one is growth. What does this do to growth? And you could say maybe fiscal policy slightly easier. That will be good for growth. I take the more pessimistic view that you've got a situation of prolonged uncertainty, uncertainty with regards to the relationship with Europe. There may well be another election over the next 1 to 2 years, and uncertainty would tend to depress growth. I think we've already seen that to some extent in the PMIs. That has more dovish implications for the ECB. So that's one side of the argument. The second one is what I call, how does it impact Europe's capacity to deal with all these strategic challenges? Europe's independence, so to speak, versus this new bipolar world between China and the US that's emerging. And unfortunately, it weakens Europe's capacity to respond, because France and Germany were always the locomotives in terms of moving forward. We're expecting, for example, common defense spending to be right on top of the agenda of the new Commission after the European parliamentary election. And with the French government being weak, all of that discussion is going to slow down and effectively make Europe more vulnerable to any sort of external shock that could hit the continent.
You know, as you're talking, I'm thinking the NATO conference is taking place in Washington, D.C. this week. Anne-Marie is going to be covering it extensively. I'm just wondering, this usually isn't a market-moving event. Is it going to be a market-moving event this year, given some of these concerns and the concerns about how European nations are going to fund some of their promises to defense spending?
Well, I think it's not going to be a market-moving event in the most immediate future, but for sure it could be very relevant depending on the outcome of the US election. And I think what we're seeing now in this world of essentially the political center that's shrinking, it's becoming a lot more fluid, and then you're potentially seeing all these different political events become intertwined. I would argue what we've seen in France makes the outcome of the US election even more important for Europe, because Europe's weaker in its capacity to respond. And potentially if we get President Trump winning a second term, I would argue that would have very important consequences for Europe. You mentioned defense, but even more importantly, trade policy. And this is one point we've been making in our discussions with clients. I think trade policy is much more important as far as the US goes than fiscal policy, where the market would tend to overstate the risks.
George, Deutsche Bank puts parity for the euro dollar as the path if there is a Trump election. How do we get there?
So going back to this discussion of all the different implications of the US election, I would say the most important one by far from an FX market perspective is trade policy. If some of these trade proposals get realized, on the one hand, and this is where all the discussion is focused at the moment, it would have inflationary consequences for the US, potentially more hawkish Fed. But I think the bigger impact will actually be the disinflationary consequences it would have for the rest of the world. Because imagine a situation where the US puts up a huge tariff wall against China goods. All these China goods would have to get diverted into other markets, including Europe. So therefore, we would see a big deflationary shock in Europe, and therefore that Fed-ECB asymmetry would become even sharper in terms of relative reaction function. So that's one. And then, of course, it depends on what happens on the tariffs between the US and Europe, which would be almost a direct growth shock to Europe. So for me, trade policy is absolutely the key variable as we're thinking about the US election.
But even if we get another Biden administration, there's still going to be tariffs, and potentially even more when it comes to places like China. So do you see the same trajectory for Eurodollar, whether or not it's Trump or Biden?
So I think that's a statement we hear quite often, that the approach in trade is very similar. I would strongly disagree with that. I think while the direction of travel looks similar, the speed is incredibly different. And if you're looking at what the Biden administration has done over the last few years, yes, it's kept the tariffs. It's imposed marginally higher tariffs as far as China goes. But a potential Republican administration would be talking about an entirely different order of magnitude. And I think this is where it really makes the big difference. And of course, we have a potential situation where we're discussing tariffs on Europe as well, which is something that's not currently on the table as far as the Biden administration goes. So it's all about how big they will be. I think if I could make a last point on fiscal, the market would tend to emphasize differences in fiscal policy. But when you actually do the fiscal scoring between the two different potential administrations, you end up with very similar numbers. And we have to remember, tariff policy is also tax policy. It entails an increase in taxes. So I'm not convinced the big difference between the two outcomes would be on the fiscal side, but would be a lot more on the trade side, and by extension, impact the FX market a lot more than the fixed income market.
I got it. George, this was so well framed. Thank you, sir. George Saravelos there of Deutsche Bank on how trade policy can exacerbate monetary policy divergence. And who's going to eat the Chinese overcapacity if the walls go up here? Europe.
Especially given the fact that the U.S. already has basically all but banned electric vehicles. Europe has not. And those walls are very porous and kind of, we want you, but we don't. Don't hate us if we're selling cars in your place. But, you know, don't sell too many.
Kind of sitting on the fence over on the continent.
Better said.
Euro dollar, 108.29. Figure a way to sort of mess up that one.
I was actually thinking of that right now.
Yeah, I can't. Anyway, all right. Coming up, Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Henrietta Trays of Veda Partners, Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute, and Colin Martin of Charles Schwab, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Up next.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We're operating in a very volatile environment. So JetBlue has a very large presence here in New York, and there are air traffic control challenges. And so we've had to overinvest in hiring excess crew members and building flexibility into our planning process. And so over time, we hope to wean some of those investments back as the operating environment around us stabilizes.
We made the decision early on that we were only going to invest internally on key differentiating technologies, and clearly the powertrain is the key differentiating technology. So our investment is a recurring investment with respect to the powertrain team, the battery team, which is part of it, the engine team, electric engine team, which is part of it. And we also have a lot of non-recurring costs with the other components because we're not developing those internally. We're using the existing aerospace defense supplier base for most of the other components.
We invest a lot in the offices, that you feel home, that you can actually be at your best yourself, and people work very differently. We take a lot of input from the sports world, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talking a lot about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
The Fed is somewhat of a cheerleader for the economy.
There's still a broad feeling of uncertainty that's out there with the consumer, so it may not take much for the consumer to pull back.
It really does come back down to the labor market in terms of how much consumers can keep spending.
Everyone is very focused on growth for the Fed, but it's like we kind of dropped the ball that inflation's still kind of the key metric.
If inflation surprises a little bit stronger, they'll hold rates here. If inflation returns to trend, they're excited to cut rates.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Ferro, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance begins right now, live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. Your equity market slightly negative on the S&P 500 after closing at all-time highs on Friday. I often sit here on a Monday morning and say the week ahead is stacked. The week ahead is stacked. Double dose of Chairman Powell kicking off tomorrow. A second dose of Powell closing on Wednesday, just before you get CPI on Thursday. And I feel like this has crept on us, up on us a little bit here, Lisa. We've got Q2 earnings kicking off on Friday.
I would agree with that. I feel like we're not sort of prepared mentally for this JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo deluge that we get on Friday where we really kick off this understanding. I do sort of take issue with the idea that these are the banks that kick off the earnings season with the tone, because every single time we say this is going to set the tone for the rest of earnings season, and then we always spend that Friday talking about how it no longer sets the tone because it's completely divorced from the other currents that we see under the hood of other places, of smaller businesses.
Got it. Okay. Sort of up to speed with where you're going, I think. Chairman Powell setting the tone for this week. So let's talk about Chairman Powell. We often say he's going to get a grilling on Capitol Hill, and then there's not much for grilling. I'm interested in what he thinks about the labour market, the numbers we got on Friday, the ISM we got last week. I'm sure there'll be questions about that. I'm far more interested in how he's going to respond to questions about fiscal policy, whether someone throws in a question there about tariff policy that could come later next year.
He's going to say that all of this obviously relies with lawmakers and the White House, and what the Fed can do is react only after policy is enacted. What can they do about rhetoric that's coming out from either side? Until we just see who is going to be in the White House and what the composition of Congress is, how does the Fed actually enact any sort of policy? Are they having these conversations behind closed doors? I'm sure. Can they come out and talk about it? Absolutely not. Chairman Powell is going to want to look as apolitical as possible this week, especially given all the political drama.
He's got to keep trying. We just had a great conversation with George Saravelos of Deutsche Bank. If you missed it, we'll post that to the webpage a little bit later, and no doubt Lisa will be talking about it in the newsletter as well. How policy out of the White House, tariff policy specifically, can exacerbate monetary policy divergence next year between Europe and the United States. And what he essentially said, if the walls go up here in America, someone's got to eat the Chinese overcapacity. It's likely to be the Europeans. That would be disinflationary for the Europeans, ultimately inflationary for the United States. They're the basic arguments at the moment. So what does that mean? Monetary policy is going to be very different at the Fed compared to the ECB, and euro-dollar is going to face a lot of pressure.
He sees it going to parity. This raises this question about who the tariffs are going to hurt most, whether this is actually going to be a tax in the United States. And to this question of how Jay Powell responds to that, I would just advise a policymaker to ask, how do you deal with the fact that you could see slowing growth while you also see sticky inflation? How do you deal with that? Where do you prioritize inflation, given the fact that that slowdown in the labor market has clearly been a concern for you? And oh yeah, by the way, how do you see that playing out this year with what's going on in the current labor versus inflation dynamics?
We've also got to acknowledge how many steps we are down the road. So we've got to confront the one right in front of us. We're talking about who wins November without really knowing who runs and who faces off with each other in November. There's still a question mark over the Biden nomination. We have to talk about it. Ultimately, there is a growing divide between what the president thinks is good for the party and what the party thinks is good for the president.
There's a schism right now in the Democratic Party, and it's the Democratic Party and Team Biden now, and which side of the camp you're going to go on. We're starting Monday with nine congressional Democrats, publicly or reported by Bloomberg, are coming out and saying the president needs to resign. He should not be the nominee for this party. On Friday, given lawmakers are coming back and they're going to having all these behind-the-scenes conversations, which are likely going to get leaked out to the press, what number does that stand out on Friday? And how does the president perform on Thursday when he gives a press conference? And the press now are almost, as some opinion pieces coming out over the weekend, Wall Street Journal with editorial board today, feel like they've been gaslit and are now out with vengeance against this administration.
All I can say is Thursday, I think, is correct to focus on, because if he doesn't do well at that, what did Terry Haynes said? He has 2 strikes. One is already down. Now he's got another one, and that could be it.
I struggle with that because over the weekend, though, the president said in an interview that he was the first black woman to be elected president. Is that not another strike? Are these just going to be gaffes that the American people just accept? But to your point earlier, this has been showing up in polls for months. But that debate really was the window that allowed Democrats to openly come out and say, wow, we have a lot of anxiety and we're concerned.
More on this a little bit later. Equity futures right now, the S&P 500, your scores look like this. Equities closing Friday at record highs. Every single trading day last week, there were 4 of them stateside. We closed in positive territory on the S&P 500. 4-day winning streak coming into this week with yields climbing just a few basis points higher, up 2 basis points on a 10-year at 429.59. Talked lots about the euro, but just a little bit negative here by 1/10 of 1% at 108.29. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Stuart Kaiser of Citi as the S&P 500 powers towards new all-time highs. Henry Trays of Vader Partners as House Democrats call on President Biden to drop out. And Colin Martin of Charles Schwab amid growing bets on a September rate cut. We begin with our top story, the S&P 500 looking past election drama and reaching another record high. Citi's Stuart Kaiser writing this. The 3 themes we are monitoring are 1, corporate taxes via high versus low effective tax rate payers. 2, tariffs through 40 stocks mostly sensitive to tariff-related headlines. And 3, sector exposure, where banks seem to be the most interesting here. Stuart's with us around the table. Stu, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Let's talk about tariff policy. Massive focus. I guess we've got to ask you whether it's too early, too premature to be thinking about these things.
It does feel a little bit early, but, when you move that debate schedule up, I think it forced the market to kind of, gravitate towards these things a little earlier than we would have liked. I mean, look, it's very, if equity markets are talking about politics, it's probably a bad thing, right? It's political risk, not political opportunity in most cases. So I think, this is definitely something that's, obviously, equity markets are performing well, but it's an additional risk factor now that markets need to deal with. On the tariff and tax stuff, I think to Emery's point, you don't even know what Congress is going to look like, so it's a little bit harder to really get a good handle on what that policy might look like. And tariffs are obviously just like a coiled spring, I think, at this point in terms of, you mentioned monetary policy. The question is, how does Powell message that if it happens? Is this just a step function change in inflation and then you're just back to trend, so you don't really want to alter policy to deal with that? Or do they believe it's something that, creates kind of, a risk to the downward trend in inflation that we're seeing and that they do have to kind of remain tighter for longer? So there's a lot of moving parts around that.
After that debate, just a couple of Thursdays ago, I think a lot of people reached for the 2016 Trump playbook, dusted it off and had another look at things. How useful do you think that playbook is this time around?
Not very. I would say, look, it matters. You obviously need to, past performance does, in this case, does actually inform you about where he might go. But I think people would view Trump's policies as fairly fluid, and we're not sure what Congress is going to look like. We're not sure what his cabinet is going to look like. We're not sure what the economic data is going to look like, and clearly he's going to be sensitive to all of those things. So it matters, and I think, if you're more bullish on a Trump outcome, you're probably gravitating much more to that deregulatory impulse and how that might kind of impact the banking sector, particularly small cap stocks. If you're more negative, clearly it's the uncertainty and it's the tariff policy that you're kind of balancing out.
When it comes to tariffs, though, it doesn't really matter the composition of Congress. Trump can unilaterally really change the tariff game. But you say fairly fluid. Are you viewing a Trump presidency as the rhetoric now might not be the policy of tomorrow?
I mean, I view both candidates that way, to be completely honest with you. There's a lot of stuff getting put out there. I think, both candidates probably float ideas as well, and they want to see how the market reacts to them. They want to see how policymakers react to them. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that get said at this time in an election cycle that, may be actually core policies they want to implement. They may be flyers. They may be things that would be nice to have. So I think it's a little hard right now, I think, to kind of gravitate towards anything.
You say both candidates. We're all under the assumption, I guess, at this moment that it is going to be Biden. But if it was Biden stepping aside and it's going to be someone else, does that change the playbook?
Yeah, I think it has to. Obviously, it depends who that candidate is and when it happens and under what circumstances it happens, right? Obviously, you would think if Vice President Harris takes over the ticket, those policies will probably be more in line with what's happened the last couple of years. If you bring in a new candidate, then there's clearly policy uncertainty around that. Even if they want to toe the party line now, once they were theoretically in power, you don't know what direction that policy is going to go. So yeah, you have to add some sort of uncertainty premium in if that happens, I think.
I love the way you framed things in some of your recent research. You said medium-term election risk and growth worries, whether you talk about the jobs market or you talk about consumer spending, will kind of rule the roost when it comes to market activity. Near-term, it's the inflation data and the start of earnings. You think that the start of earnings really does begin with the banks. Are they going to really give any sense of the direction of travel, or are they just sort of a world unto themselves?
I think people will look particularly to the CEOs and how they're talking about economic and lending activity, right? So I think there is a signal there in terms of what do the banks view the outlook in terms of economic growth as, and particularly from a credit risk perspective. Those will both be very important. But to your point, as a share of market cap and a share of earnings, they're much smaller than they have been in the past. And to be completely honest with you, a lot of the large banks have generally guided or talk negatively about the economy for most of the last couple of years. So how does the market react to that? Is it sort of a boy who cry wolf situation, or given the actual slowing we're seeing in economic data now, do those comments kind of carry a little bit more weight? So I think it matters much more from that perspective. What are they saying about growth? What are they saying about lending and the strength of the consumer?
Yeah, a lot of people say that it's because they've been reporting record profits, so they want to talk about how they recognize that people are hurting out there to sort of mask the incredible boon that they've been having. How do you see, in general, though, the balance of risks as market participants are kind of worrying about them in terms of a weakening in growth picture that's maybe a little bit more than this immaculate disinflation?
Yeah, the growth has definitely turned a little bit the last month. And I think the key part of that is it's just gotten more broad. It used to be we had pockets of weakness here. Now it just seems more collectively we're seeing a broader base slowing in economic data. And that's definitely gotten people's attention. I think that's why the banks will kind of matter from that perspective. In terms of risk reward around earnings, it does seem like the bar is a little higher. This quarter, if you look back to last quarter in particular, you had a lot of large cap stocks, particularly on the consumer side, really discuss some weakness, whether that was McDonald's or Starbucks or some others in that category. So, the bar is pretty high going into earnings, just, both because the price is high and also because I think when the economic data is slowing, you really want to see that earnings and the earnings guidance and outlook kind of buttress things. So it matters.
You've been very consistent about this. When the data gets bad, it's time to sell. How close are we to that so-called danger zone in the labour market? Because your colleague, Andrew Holdenhurst, you always reference him in your research. He says we're pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're getting closer by the day. It's the tough part, I think, for the economic data right now is this sort of soft landing versus hard landing boundary that you could kind of push up against. If you believe in the soft landing, that's great, but as you're approaching a soft landing, you have to obviously increase the odds that the hard landing is actually where you end up. And I think that's where what the market's struggling with a little bit right now is it does feel like we have to thread a needle a bit. The economic data is much more broad-based weak, and there are some sort of key things within the labor market that an economist in particular is like, this is a big deal. And then, you know, kind of like the meathead strategist in me is saying, we just printed 206K. Like, why do we care about that, right? So I think there's that ongoing kind of debate. And look, it's gotten our attention. I think we're getting closer and closer to the point where the market's going to need to make that decision. And our view is, if you're betting on a soft landing, it's just a very poor risk-reward trade. Because once, let's just use payrolls as an example. Once you get below 100K payrolls, you have to really increase the risk that you're going to go negative and end up in a recession. So even if you believe you're going to soft land, you're sort of threading a needle, and the risk reward around that trade is very, very tricky. And I think that's why small cap in particular has been under so much pressure.
Can I just ask you about the SARM rule? I can't think of a single cycle where the SARM rule has been talked about more than this one. And it's investors, it's traders who reference the SARM rule more than I think economists or anyone at the Federal Reserve. How do you think this market would respond if unemployment did climb to 4.2% in the next month, even if Fed officials are sort of hands-off and sort of de-emphasized it? Do you think this market would start to behave as if a recession had started?
We would. I mean, I don't know if I would say a recession has started, but I think if you start to trigger a rule like that, as you know, we've been acutely focused on the labor market, right? And I think if you get unemployment accelerating in that way, you have to respect that, and you have to take some risk off the table and kind of hedge it, in my opinion.
Another 10 basis points on unemployment.
What's
change your view on this market?
Look, you know, we're kind of splitting hairs there, but yeah, yes. I mean, if you get unemployment rate, let's say above 4.2, or you're approaching 4.3, then yes, it matters. The same way if on payrolls, if we printed, you know, 85K, I think you have to respect that as well. So yes, I think it matters. That said, you've had other quote-unquote rules. A lot of them related to like 2s, 10s, or what the rates market's telling us, that have just proven ineffective, frankly, over the last 12 to 18 months. So will the SARM rule matter? Yes. If we trigger it, it will matter. And I think from our perspective, you have to respect that is an additional negative on risk reward going forward. And we'd probably, you know, tell people it's time to, you know, reduce risk or be a little more careful if that were to happen.
Stu, this was great. It's good to see you. Stuart Kaiser there of Citi. Your equity market just about turning positive on the S&P 500. Let's get you some stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Iran has elected a reformist president who wants to revive the nuclear deal. The 69-year-old heart surgeon won by almost 3 million votes in the runoff election this weekend. Turnout, though, was below 50%. The U.S. State Department said the low turnout was due to elections not being, quote, free or fair. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is preparing to launch Great British Energy, a public company designed to spur investment in clean energy. He also plans to convene a business task force to advise on the creation of a national wealth fund designed to help drum up private investment focused on his so-called 5 missions. Those include economic growth and clean power, according to People Familiar. And Microsoft is ordering its China-based employees to swap their Androids for iPhones. Bloomberg obtained an internal memo which said that starting in September, employees will be required to use only Apple devices to verify their identities on work computers or phones. The measure will impact hundreds of workers across mainland China and is meant to ensure that staff use the Microsoft Authenticator app when logging in. And that's your Bloomberg brief, John.
Danny, thanks for that. More from Danny again in about 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, pressure mounting for President Biden to bow out.
We don't oppose the president. We simply ask him to make the very important decision of stepping aside.
Mr. President, your legacy is set. We owe you the greatest debt of gratitude. The only thing that you can do now is to step down and let someone else do this.
The conversation up next on the program, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day with 2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Bloomberg Open Interest premieres Monday at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg Television.
Equities just about unchanged here on the S&P 500. In the bond market, yields drifting a little bit higher, up by 2 basis points, 429.98. Under surveillance this morning, pressure mounting for President Biden to bow out.
This is not just about whether he gave it the best college try, but rather whether he made the right decision to run or to pass the torch.
Voters do have questions, and personally, I love Joe Biden. I don't know that the interview on Friday night did enough to answer those questions.
We don't oppose the president. We simply ask him to make the very important decision of stepping aside.
Mr. President, your legacy is set. We do the great.
Here's the latest this morning. 9 Democratic lawmakers now calling for President Biden to drop out of the race as doubts grow over his ability to serve a second term. Henry Strays of Vader Partners writing this: unless Biden improves in the polls, the screams to drop out are going to grow deafening. Team Biden is putting up a valiant effort right now to stay in the race, but it is our expectation that staying in the race is untenable and the president will choose to step aside. Henrietta joins us now for more. Henrietta, it's wonderful to have you with us on the program. Will it be the polls, the donors, officials within the party that get the president to take that decision?
Yeah, it's interesting. They're getting all three right now. The donors are leaving. The polls, the best poll that the president had in the last week was actually the Bloomberg Consult poll that y'all conducted, which showed him down in every state except for Michigan and Wisconsin. He's underwater in Pennsylvania by 7 points, I believe, in the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll. So all three of those points, including the members, are coming out against Joe Biden right now, which is why we have 70% odds that he will ultimately decide to step aside and open this up to, as I would phrase it, the chaos of what will either be passing the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris or opening it up to sort of a contested mini convention, as they're calling it on the Democratic side now.
Range of 70% odds is a big call, Henrietta. What's the timeline you can see this unfolding?
Great question. You know, these things happen very slowly and then suddenly all at once, to paraphrase. Right now, there are a lot of different big ticket items. Y'all have been mentioning the NATO events this week and Thursday, and those are all integral. But let's step back and sort of consider this from the perspective of the average voter. No one's watching that. I mean, let's be honest, Americans are not particularly enthusiastic about foreign policy most of the year. I don't expect it to be a major driver in this narrative of the 2024 election. Obviously, Israel, Gaza, and Ukraine are important topics, but in the grand scheme of things for the American voter, that doesn't register. So what I'm looking at is, when is former President Trump going to announce his VP? The number one way to supersede that announcement is to move forward with a Democratic announcement about something else. That's going to happen at the convention next week or in the days leading up to it. I don't see a lot of rationale for Democrats to step out and say, actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to fix all this and open it up to a new situation. Biden's going to step down before the RNC. I would expect it to occur after that. So that's about a week and a half for investors to continue waiting here. We've been through this a million times with DC. You know, they don't do anything until they absolutely have to. And this is just another example of that. So technically, you wouldn't have to get any movement on this until sort of mid-August. I think we could see something. We're already seeing a lot of movement underneath the surface, but a real action after the RNC.
But mid-August puts this potential individual that may step in to take Biden's place at a disadvantage. Right now, no Democratic candidate can beat Trump when it comes to name recognition, national stature to compete with Trump. Who would have the best chance?
Right. So that's exactly the case right now, except we're already talking about Gretchen Whitmer. Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, Kamala Harris, and name recognition in all the polls that have been conducted of those candidates is increasing rapidly. Due to this concept of the invisible primary, where voters have expected either Biden or Trump to drop out of this race all year, people are primed to learn about a new candidate. And so what you're seeing is that name recognition is going through the roof very quickly, and you're seeing improved polling for members like Kamala Harris, even Gretchen Whitmer or Gavin Newsom, which are sort of the second and third tier candidates on that list. Kamala Harris is far and away the front runner. I think what we are focusing on here is that 24% of the electorate, including mostly independents, decide who they're going to vote for after Labor Day. So there's about 60 days from now that matter most in this election, and we're not there yet. So any of these Democratic candidates, I think, have the benefit of what will be an onslaught of media, sort of free or sort of earned media, the way that we're most familiar with on the Republican side with Trump since 2016, that earned media that you don't have to pay for, that comes from just natural attention and intrigue. And that's now housed within the Democratic Party for the first time since 2016.
Henrietta, I've been confused by some of the polls after the debate and after that interview with Joe Biden on Friday night. Some have shown a widening in the gap, widening of the lead for Donald Trump. Others, like the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, showing a narrowing of Trump's advantage in the swing states. How do you understand this? Is basically any press good press? Is it that people already knew about this and this was already factored in? How do you sort of reconcile the different narratives that we see?
I think it really hinges on, for lack of a better phrase, attention to the Democrats, certainly, but the fact that Donald Trump has not grown his base. So it's not that Trump is improving, it's that Biden is deteriorating. Trump is at his ceiling. That has been the case since November. The question is, can you beat 47, 48%, which is where Trump sort of plateaus? The bulk of Biden's supporters, 63%, are actually just people who don't like Trump. So it creates a scenario where the Democratic voter base and increasingly independents, moderates, and in particular female voters are primed to migrate to whomever the Democratic Party taps next. It really matters less who that candidate is than the fact that they're not Trump. And that's just the nature of the duality between Trump and the Democratic Party right now.
Let's catch up in the next week or so. Henrietta Trace there, Vader Partners, with a call that the president will step aside. Think about the spread between officials within the Democratic Party and the rest of the country. Spread's narrowing because the Democratic officials are waking up to the reality that the rest of the country's been looking at now for months and months and months. Where have they been?
The conspiracy of silence was among some of the Democratic elites. It was not among the rank and file who are watching all along.
Coming up on this program, more on the US election, the prospect of a Trump presidency and what it could mean for policy and monetary policy next year. Adam Posen at the Peterson Institute, up next.
covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Just want you to think about a number. The average target on the S&P 500 for year-end 24, coming into 2024, before all the upgrades of the last few months, 48.33. Equity futures look like this on the S&P, unchanged today, but we're talking about 5,600. And Mr. Stolfus over at Oppenheimer is now talking about 5,900. That's his news price target on the S&P for year-end. It was 5,500. Lisa, Mr. Stolfus is now the second most bullish on the street.
And he basically gave a nod to the fact that he was going to do that when he was on the show, but said that he couldn't do it before actually publishing. He basically is saying there's no reason to really slow down with some of the leaders. You see that dynamism under the hood. It doesn't matter whether the Fed cuts rates, as he said all along. And frankly, right now, he doesn't see a reason to stop betting with momentum, which has a ways more to go.
I will say it's only July. There's some way to go this year, and things can change. We've only just started talking about policy coming out of Washington. We're starting to see the cracks in the labour market as well, and you can see that breathing some life into this bond market just as it was selling off. It started to rally on a weak, and I mean really weak ISM, surprisingly weak ISM services going into the July 4th holiday, Lisa, the 10-year, 430.18.
You know, Stuart Kaiser summed it up beautifully, I thought, where he was talking about how betting on a soft landing is a poor risk-reward trade, talking about how people have already baked in this narrow landing pad for basically inflation coming down and growth cooling just enough. Now we're getting to sort of this crunch space, and you can feel that tension playing out in the bond market. On one hand, you've got some of the fiscal overhang, which people have talked a lot about. There are auctions this week. We don't have to get into that. But you also are talking about this idea that growth is slowing, and where else are people going to park their money?
You can't do that. You've got to give the auctions now.
They're $58 billion of 3-year notes on Tuesday, $39 billion of 10-year notes on Wednesday, $22 billion of 30-year notes.
You've remembered all of that.
She's like an AI auction bot.
I know, it's like, you know, Lisa plugs into the Bloomberg in the morning, powers up, and then comes on TV. I want to talk about the SARM rule. Let's talk about the SARM rule. So the 3-month moving average of the jobless rate rises by about 0.5 percentage point over the low of the last 12 months, okay? So if we get a 4.2% triggered, and ultimately the way people view that, maybe not Claudia Sahm herself, would be that we're in a recession, it started, let's get a move on and cut interest rates. It's amazing to me how many officials don't talk about this and how many investors do talk about this. You mentioned Stuart Kaiser, and it's the reason I bring this up. Stuart Kaiser said to us moments ago that basically if unemployment climbs by another 10 basis points, he's changing his call on this market. You get to 4.2%, some rules triggered, and they're going to go bearish on equities. A massive change in their stance on another 10 basis point move on unemployment.
This is what happens when you have people trying to basically dance on the head of a pin, get to the place where they can just cross over and say, okay, now we can sell out of a market that feels a little bit frothy in the light of some real signs of weakness. I will say the fact that every revision that we've seen in the labor market has been downward, has been fewer jobs. We see the jobless numbers climb just bit by bit by bit. It's making people nervous, but not enough to bet against momentum, as we heard from John Stoltzfus. So there's going to be a trigger point, and you just wonder how violent it's going to be if you trigger something that gets into the heads of people who already are concerned about growth.
The next unemployment report, the next payrolls report is going to be much more closely watched because of that issue. Let's turn to foreign exchange. The euro right now, 108.30, going into the second round of the French election, wondering whether Marine Le Pen could win. We knew that the left was getting together with Macron to try and stop that from happening. I guess on that front, Macron succeeded. But when it comes to the governability of France, you've got the left in front, you've got Macron at second, Le Pen in third, and ultimately you have gridlock as a consequence.
George Saravillos, I thought, was brilliant when he said that this consequence isn't playing out in a violent move that we're seeing in the currency, but longer term, it makes the U.S. election that much more important given the fact that Europe's ability to respond to crises is dramatically reduced the more you have an inability to rule some of the major economies in the region.
The euro at 108.30. More on that a little bit later. Under surveillance this morning, Boeing set to plead guilty to criminal conspiracy in connection with 2 fatal crashes of its 737 MAX jets. The company facing a criminal fine of as much as $487 million under the agreement with U.S. prosecutors. This has been now on a table, Lisa, based on our reporting for the last week.
To me, the idea that it is a government-appointed oversight is actually interesting. How much they really wanted, a lot of the people, the victims' families, wanted this to be an independent kind of oversight. Why hasn't it happened sooner, given how much we're talking about it? That's all I can say.
Well, how complicated is this going to be for Boeing, which actually does a lot of interaction with the government because it's a major defense contractor? Now the government is saying you have to take a guilty plea, but of course we need to still do business with you. It feels like a very low point for Boeing.
That's the latest on Boeing. It gets lower, that low point. I mean, we've been saying that for the last 6 months or so. Let's talk about the latest in the commodity market. Oil is trading lower this morning, even after Hurricane Beryl made its way through the Gulf of Mexico and made landfall on the Texas coast. Officials urging residents to take caution as oil companies adjust operations. These things happen. We see them increase in frequency, and it seems to be happening a little bit earlier this year.
And so we can go into the climate forecasting and understanding just how bad this hurricane season could be. You were talking about the commodity response to it, and Torsten Slok, right on cue, put out this chart talking about how for the first time in more than 60 years, U.S. energy production is now higher than U.S. energy consumption. The offset to some of these potential headwinds, whether it's the potential for a hurricane to disrupt supply, whether it's Middle East disruptions, why haven't we seen more of a reaction in terms of higher oil prices? That's the answer.
Absolutely. It's the U.S. exceptionalism when it comes for these, quote unquote, what this administration was calling at one point stranded assets, but actually they're pumping a record that no country has ever seen, ever. The issue, though, for this summer, and Onyx Capital puts it a really good way, it's contingent on weather. But I would also say it's also contingent on what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on in the Red Sea, and potentially if we were to see this ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. There's geopolitical risk and weather risk this summer, and it's not something that the oil industry or the administration can control.
That would be a big development. We're down about 1% on WTI, 82.33. A final story, President Biden entering a pivotal week for his re-election campaign, vowing to continue his run despite calls for him to step aside. Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute weighing market implications of the election, writing, quote, "Tariffs and migration restriction are coming, which are inflationary. Whatever the election results, though larger and more stagflationary under Trump than Biden, there's an 80% chance that the Fed will hike by the end of third quarter 2025. Adam joins us now for more. Adam, wonderful to catch up with you, sir. Congratulations on the latest work, particularly on tariffs from Mary Lovely and the team, and what you're doing around immigration as well. Before we get deep into that analysis, let's just start with that Fed call for next year. Adam, are you saying there's an 80% chance, regardless if he takes the White House in November?
Yeah, 80% net. Thank you for having me back, Jonathan. I think it is slightly lower if you have Biden and much higher, meaning close to a certainty, if you have Trump. There's just too many things feeding in. Inflation coming from tariffs, stagflation coming from migration restrictions, threats to Fed independence under Trump, a rotation to fossil fuels even further and old-fashioned engines under Trump, which would be a boom that's unsustainable. And then, as we talked about last time I was on, I see fiscal laxity either way, no matter who wins Congress. There's just too much demand. The shape of the laxity, tax cuts versus spending, very different. But either way, you put all that together, and then notwithstanding the points you legitimately make about the labor market, the fact is the Fed's probably looser than it actually thinks it is. So to me, it's inflation.
That said, Adam, we're going to get CPI on Thursday, and it's supposedly going to come down to 0.1% month over month, 0.2% when you strip out food and energy, leaving us with a 3-point-something type of inflation rate, which isn't so terrible. It's come down really significantly. Why do you think that that shouldn't justify a Fed rate cut, certainly in September, but even this year?
Well, there's forecast and should, right? So my forecast is the Fed will cut, probably November rather than September because of the politics, but they will cut. And then they'll have to reverse. And the question is, how quickly do they reverse? If I was sitting there, I would say, okay, I'm willing, I might vote against a cut in September, but I'm probably ready to cut in November. But I have to be ready to pivot hard when the circumstances change.
So in other words, you think that this could be kind of a similar type of episode as what we saw in the 1970s, when it was sort of a head fake with disinflation, and then a whole host of other factors came into play. Is that basically what you're predicting, that this is going to be more like a 1970s redux than most people are accounting for?
I think, Lisa, it's a fair parallel, but I would go to the parallel of the second Volcker disinflation, that in 82, they raised rates a lot, they got inflation down, it was trending down, and then things got out of hand again, in part because of the Reagan deficits in 84, 85. And I think that's the analogy we got to look at. And that means that conditional on what they see now, we can get back to whether the Somme rule applies in this situation or not. It could be reasonable. The thing is, you've got to choose. If the Fed decides that they really are going back to inflation targeting and looking at a 2-year ahead forecast, they shouldn't be cutting. If they're doing data dependence and trying not to spook people, then they maybe should be cutting. But either way, they got to be prepared to turn around, as Volcker did in 85. And that's something central banks are usually reluctant to do. So part of the reason I'm saying this is not just to get the call right, but to try to set up a ground for the Fed to be willing to reverse.
But Adam, for the Fed to reverse, we need to actually see those policies. Is there any indication that potentially Trump has rhetoric now that might not actually mean policy if he was enacted into the White House, potentially rhetoric to try to get, say, Beijing to come to the table and strike a deal?
Yeah. I think, Annalise, the possibility of that is much bigger on the trade front than either the fiscal front or the migration front. Trump keeps saying to different audiences, surrogates for Trump keep saying to different audiences, this is all about a negotiating position. And if that's the case on tariffs, great. I mean, not great compared to not doing it, but that's still better than putting up across the board tariffs, as Mary Lovely and Kim Clausing said, would cost $1,700 a household, more for poor households. So if that's true, great. But on migration, he's been very clear. He has legal and political authority. His voters want anti-migration policies. A lot of Democrat voters want anti-migration policies. And leaving aside the human cost, it's going to be big. He has said repeatedly, we'll do the largest migration crackdown in history. Well, the second largest, or the largest to date, was Eisenhower's Operation Wetback, which kicked out 1.2 million human beings. So we do the modeling. If it's 1.2 million human beings, that's mildly stagflationary and very inflationary. If you do 7 million, which is all illegals, as he puts it, then you're talking massive recession in manufacturing.
Leaving behind and to the side the humanitarian effects of this, what kind of deficit are you seeing in the amount of people in the labor force?
Well, Biden, unfortunately, has undercut, I guess for political reasons, or maybe some of his people believe it, has undercut one of the success stories of the last 2 years, which is we had on CBO numbers roughly 2 to 4 million more immigrants over the last few years. And this came with record low unemployment. This came with high labor force participation. They were not taking jobs from natives. They were creating jobs from natives and relieving inflation. Anyway, Biden cracked down at the border. And that's one of the things that in the services sector is keeping inflation up a bit and will get worse over time. So, like you say, leave the human side, the human aspects of this aside. On the pure economics, this is taking away the secret sauce that has made the U.S. grow without inflation and with low unemployment for the last couple of years. In addition, before we get into the stuff about high-skilled immigration and entrepreneurship, which I know you and your colleagues have covered a lot.
Adam, I want to offer you the opportunity to actually develop that idea a little bit more, give you some space to talk about it. So tariffs are aggressive. Ultimately, we both agree on that, no dispute there whatsoever. There is a story on immigration, that immigration has held down wages, and we hear people talk about that all the time as if that is a good thing. And held down wages on low-income workers, Adam. And I want to understand from your perspective what the argument is contrary to that. What's the counterpoint to that?
It's a fair question, and I understand people are concerned about it because it seems like obvious logic. We're saying more labor supply, lower wages. But as my Peterson colleague Michael Clemens has pointed out, the economy isn't one market. It's a much more complex system than that, and it's a very straightforward complexity, which is, for the most part, lower skilled migrant workers take jobs that are different from the jobs even lower skilled or lower paid native born take. They're separate labor markets. When we see this repeatedly, we saw this with the Mariel boat lift in Miami. We've seen this in a lot of microeconomic studies. We've seen this in Texas right now, where they have border surges and yet unemployment is low and wages continue rising for the native born. As Michael Clemens points out, you basically create one new job for every 10 migrant workers. For a native born person, one new job. And vice versa. You take away 10 migrant workers, you kill one native job. So it's like you have, iron and copper going into a metal. You need both to make the steel. In the case of migration, in manufacturing, in food service, in commodity development, in hospitality in the US, you can't make it as well without having both elements, and they're separate elements. And the evidence is there. And there's nothing strange about this. It's just the fact that migrant workers, both legal and illegal, basically take jobs that natives won't do.
So, Adam, if we can take that a step further then, if we clamp down on migration, an obvious question that people might have listening to this conversation would be, why would that lead to higher interest rates, given what you just said doesn't happen?
It's a question, you're absolutely right to raise that. It's a question of whenever you look at stagflation in the 70s, as Lisa was just mentioning, as it looked for a moment like we were going to have in 2020, the question is, how much does the recessionary effect outweigh the inflation effect, and how much do inflation expectations stay low? And if the recessionary effect is much sharper, then the Fed can look through the supply shock and say, okay, we got to cut. But especially if, as you just raised, or as Lisa just raised, that a Trump administration were to only deport 1.5 million people, the inflation effects in the short run would outweigh the recessionary effects, and they'd be very visible. And then you have all these other moving parts, the fiscal policy, the Fed attacks, the rotation into energy, fossil fuels, that would be inflationary as well. So if they do a full-on massive deportation of millions, which is horrifying to talk about, but again, as Emma said, forget the human part, then the recession is much bigger. And the Fed, sure, then that's the least of our problems, and the Fed doesn't raise. But I think more likely we're going to be in the mildly stagflationary, mostly inflationary scenario.
Got it. Adam, super thoughtful stuff. Fantastic analysis. I've enjoyed everything coming out from you and the team at the Peterson Institute. Adam Poston, sir, thank you. We got a lot to talk about, Lisa, on two fronts there.
Yeah, considering, so here I'm thinking about this idea of jobs that Native Americans won't do. I want to understand a little bit more about that. Is there a price at which they would do that? Is there some place where there could be increases in efficiencies, or is it just ultimately that this economy runs on people who are desperate enough to take jobs in slaughterhouses, picking cotton, in farms, et cetera, that Americans just won't do? And then the second thing is, what kind of impact is that going to have on the economy as we talk about the dual competing issues for the Fed? Basic growth as well as inflation, and that's going to come increasingly into conflict.
These are complex conversations. They're not simple at all. We're going to have to keep having them going into November. Up next on the programme, we'll talk about the economic data, the jobs data of last week, and why September is very much on the table.
I would be leaning towards looking very carefully to, especially in these numbers, and then in the next month's numbers, to think about whether September would be the time for starting to cut.
We'll talk about the prospect of cuts and hikes up next on the programme.
The top names in tech are on Bloomberg.
I don't like anthropomorphizing AI. I sort of believe it's a tool. It is got intelligence, if you want to give it that as moniker, but it's not the same intelligence that I have.
Especially I'm afraid of whenever it's some kind of AI is speaking for me. I want to be myself.
And I want to be the one speaking. I have AI myself. Yeah. Actual intelligence.
This industry of producing intelligence is one of the greatest opportunities I've ever seen. Instead of instruction-driven computing, it's now intention-driven computing.
There's been a lot of us who've been working in AI for a long time. It's great now to see other people using it and seeing what some of the challenges are.
To stay ahead in tech, it has to be much more than just software. So you need long-term investments in science and research.
You have an ecosystem of companies coming together. It's causing a new industrial revolution.
Nobody covers technology like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Stocks are unchanged. Bond yields are a little bit higher to kick things off this Monday morning. Your 10-year yield higher by almost 3 basis points now, 430.57. Under surveillance this morning, September on the table.
The Fed has made it really clear that until they're confident that inflation is going to be coming down in a sustained and systematic way, they ain't cutting rates. I would be leaning towards looking very carefully to, especially in these numbers, and then in the next month's numbers, to think about whether September would be the time for starting to cut.
So here's the latest. Fed Chair Jay Powell heading to Capitol Hill this week for his semi-annual testimony. Plus, we'll get June CPI data on Thursday. Colin Martin and Charles Schwab writing this. We still expect at least one rate cut this year, given the disinflationary trend. May's inflation readings were a step in the right direction. A couple more readings like last month's PCE report would raise the prospects of a cut in September. Colin joins us now for more. Colin, let's throw in the labour market data of last week, the ISM services number for good measure. Chairman Powell speaks twice this week. Can he open the door for July? Never mind September.
I don't think so. We're not expecting a July hike. He's been pretty consistent about his idea of more good data, and I don't think we're at more just yet. I still think we're at a month or two. We expect it to continue, but if you look at those May readings, if you look at last Friday's jobs report, that's certainly a step in the right direction. But we think the idea of a cut in July is near zero.
He's saying more good data. We're talking about more bad data. There's two sides of the mandate. Can we talk about the more bad data on the other side of the mandate? When does the focus shift in that dual mandate to the full employment side of it and less about price stability?
I think we're getting there. And what we're seeing right now is when we talk about good or bad, how do you define it? Because sometimes bad is good, right? What we're looking for is not necessarily a sharp weakening, but coming more into balance. I think that's the key phrase there. And when you look at an unemployment rate of 4.1% or so, that's been an orderly rise. I heard you talking about the SAM rule earlier, why it hasn't been triggered, and because it's over a 12-month period, not over the cyclical low. So it's been an orderly increase. If you start to see more consistent pickups, you were also talking about a 4.2% unemployment rate, I think they'll start to get worried about that when you look at what their forecasts are. Because if you look at those median projections, they're not expecting a sharp rise in unemployment. So if they start to see that those actual numbers coming in a little higher than expected, I think they'll start to focus on it a little bit more rather than just talking about the balance.
There's this key tension that we've been talking about, what you do with that weakness. When you see the whites of the eyes of some sort of economic downturn in terms of the jobs market, do you buy duration? Is that a trade you can make given some of the political overhang and the fiscal concerns?
We still do. The political overhang is something we're focusing on right now. Our view there is it's really too early to get too much into the weeds because we still have a lot of time. But when you look at both sides of the election, there's really not much signs of a restraint, fiscal restraint. We don't think that's going to lead to a surge in long-term yields. We think maybe it just limits the downside a little bit. But we're still okay taking duration. I know this is something we've talked about a lot here. Our key theme lately is to kind of look beyond treasuries. I mean, when we talk to our clients, a lot of them are individual investors. It's tough to accept a lower yield by moving out on the yield curve. But there's a lot of investments out there that are high quality and can match those short-term T-bill yields. So that's where we suggest a lot of our clients take duration.
A number of our guests today have said that they're actually less focused on fiscal and fiscal policies than they are on some of the immigration that we were just talking about, as well as tariffs. Do you agree with that? Do you think that's going to create a real tension next year for both the Fed and bond investors at a time where you could see increased inflationary winds but depressed growth?
Maybe, and I think your previous guest mentioned this, that it's one thing to talk about policies, it's one thing to get them enacted. So it's something we're thinking about. There are some inflationary winds on the horizon. We look at both candidates, whether it's on the immigration side, whether it's on the debt deficit side, whether it's on the tariff side. It's something we're thinking about now, more for next 2 or 3 years. In the here and now, we're focusing more on monetary policy, the easing jobs market, the disinflationary trend we're seeing. So that's our main focus right now.
Next 2 or 3 years, though, but the election is in November. We potentially get a new president in January. And if that's Trump, we can have tariffs within days or weeks. Isn't this a 2025 issue?
It could be. We still think there is time. And we think there's a lot of time between now and November. And before we make some kind of bold claim or change to our outlook, we want to see how the chips fall a little bit. And for now, we're just focusing on the trends that we're seeing in the, not just the hard data, but the soft data, as John mentioned before, with a lot of leading things like ISM indices.
How concerning was that ISM last week?
You know, I think it is concerning. What I've been focusing more on lately is services. You know, ISM manufacturing makes a lot of headlines, but we're really not a manufacturing economy anymore. And services had been holding up pretty well. But when you look at that number, I think 48.8, I might be off by a tenth or so there, the lowest in a number of years, and pretty much every component was down. I think maybe we saw a little pickup in new orders. But employment down, prices paid down, and just the headline, it was a pretty sharp decline. So I think that is telling. But we've seen kind of head fakes before with the soft data and the hard data. But when you look at last quarter's GDP, a little bit lower, a little bit below trend, I think this means we are going to start to see more slowing in GDP and overall spending.
Colin, it's good to see you. Colin Martin and Charles Schwab. Last week was like Bramo Nirvana. Services ISM contracted the most in 4 years. ISM manufacturing also in negative territory, so both of them contracting. Unemployment rate above 4% for the first time since 2021. April, May. Payrolls revised lower by a combined 111K. Put it all together, Lisa, more reasons to worry.
Okay, hold on a second. Yes, I worry, but I don't need more reasons to worry. And I hope that this economy doesn't roll over into some sort of serious recession. In part, I don't want to see it tested whether the Fed has all the ammunition it needs without any fiscal support. And that, I think, is going to be really challenging. I just feel like I needed to sort of put that on the record. I'm not cheering
No one
for
thinks
weakness.
it's a goal of yours.
No.
To have a recession.
No, but I worry. I always worry.
It's a fear of yours.
There's constant fear.
It's an important difference. All right. Okay. Feel better? Good. Third hour. Up next.
You look at the number of women that want to learn the game, young girls that are joining on the tee. Really an exciting time for all of us to really capitalize on this moment. When you look at women who are making most of the purchasing decisions in households, whether that's cars or that is home or financial services, and who are going to drive the wealth of the future, it's women.
Obviously, we have our car business and we need to have games here and all that sort of thing. But what else can we do? How do we grow the platform? The whole ticket pricing process. It used to be very yellow sheet of paper, maybe some numbers around it. There was not a lot of science behind it. We're now in the world and have been for many years, as most other similar businesses are, into dynamic pricing. So our pricing for a seat may change hourly if we see demand for that, all driven to maximize revenues.
The balance sheet is so important to the success of the team. And a big part of my role is to make sure that the balance sheet stays strong and that we are prudent stewards of capital. There are things that we can do that are irrespective of winning or losing. Take a look at the first budget that comes from one of the teams and ask questions about, do you really need to spend that much? Are you really shooting high enough when it comes to partnership revenue?
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crimes ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some points that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
So, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in.
We're in.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All Fed officials will tell you it's about the totality of the data, so it's not just what's happening with the labor market, but what's happening with inflation.
The hope would be, of course, that rate cuts would be forthcoming.
The Fed's not going to move at the end of this month, but September is live.
I think what will cement September is really another round of data.
At the end of the day, what's going to drive the Fed in the next 3 months to September is inflation.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Okay, so here's your week ahead. Earnings on Friday. Let's work backwards. Then we've got CPI on Thursday, and right in front of us, a double dose of Chairman Powell. If you go through that right now, Lisa, typically I'd say what I'm really interested in is Q2 earnings on Friday, JP Morgan. I want something fresh. I want to know what the banks are seeing in the economy right now. Scrap that. This is what I'm interested in now. Chairman Powell speaking twice, once in front of the Senate, then in front of the House, Tuesday, Wednesday. How are they responding to what we're seeing develop in this labor market, and throw in the ISM services number last week for good measure?
Has their tipping point been breached where suddenly they think of the labor market as showing more concern than the inflation picture, which is still creeping into a better balance? This, to me, whether the balance of risks has shifted much more squarely to the labor market is the key question that I want to know, and how much they're willing to allow inflation to remain at 3 point something while they cut rates to try to get ahead of any kind of more protracted downturn of the labor market.
Many of you stateside joining us after a long weekend, welcome back. We're doing the same thing, going through the data of last week. The ISM services number contracted the most in about 4 years. You put together the payrolls report, April and May revised down by a combined 111,000. The unemployment rate still creeping higher. You look at this line by line, and Anne-Marie, things are getting worse. They're not getting better in this economy.
They're getting worse, and you have to think that this is spelling not such good signs for the Biden administration, unless it's cooling enough that potentially there's a cut ahead of the election, especially when it comes to manufacturing. This is their whole pitch. We're bringing manufacturing back to America. Well, the jobs, no manufacturing added there, and the ISM, manufacturing very low. You're interested in some of the economics and what Powell has to say this week. I am very much so interested in the test Biden faces on Thursday. It's almost, they've decided this is going to be the test. He's going to be out in the public. He's going to be in front of the press. Will he have another mishap like he had at the debate? And will that open the window even further and the doors even further for Democrats to come in, now that we have a count of 9, to say he should step aside?
Our opinion is not worth anything. The questions we ask are really important. So I want to talk about the most important question. It's not about whether he can campaign for the next 4 months. It's whether the individual can campaign and then govern for another 4 years. And I keep hearing the officials in the Democratic Party talk about the prospects of winning in November, the importance of the campaign over the next 4 months, and hardly any conversation about his ability to govern for the next 4.5 years, Lisa. And the questions we ask around this table of guests on this program, that's what we need to keep going back to. It's not about the next 4 months for this country. It's about the next 4.5 years.
And this is something that he was asked about. And he said, well, yeah, I wouldn't have run otherwise. And, you know, there is a real question about why he is not listening to some of the pushback. On that note, though, the NATO conference down in Washington, D.C. is going to be fascinating because what about his ability to govern right now, especially with the perception of international leaders that have been watching this as well and are actually getting concerned, and they vocalize that. I'm curious how much that's going to come to light at some of these meetings.
Prior to the debate, we reported at the G7 how there was this concern in the room about Biden, his physical health, how his age comes across very physically when he walks, but also the fact that he was there a lot of the time mentally when they were talking about Ukraine, but then also there would be these moments where he almost would just lapse and stare off into the distance. You're going to hear a lot more of these leaks from foreign capitals around the world because they are very concerned about who leads the United States, especially given the fact that there's still a war in Europe.
You were in the room with Zelensky in the last week. Fantastic work. Let's talk about how he responded. And I think this was the beauty of broadcast television as opposed to print in this very moment. When you asked the Ukrainian leader about whether he could govern in his 80s, this is not something you can write down in a quote. It was the way he responded, the way his face lit up, because that was an individual that knows he can't do the job he's doing right now, 40 years later.
He wouldn't bite when I kept asking him about, has he seen a deterioration of Biden's health? He said, it wouldn't be ethical for me to weigh in. He said, also, I've been in media a very long time before I was president. There's differences potentially, trying to get a sense of maybe Biden came across differently in the debate than he would behind scenes. But then when you turned it around on him, can you do the job you're doing, the schedule you have when you're 81? He just laughed in my face. He literally laughed and said, oh, I'd have to think about that.
How many moments will we get like that this week? Looking ahead to a big week ahead, stateside in Washington and on Wall Street. Equities look like this on the S&P 500, positive by 0.03% on the S&P. In the bond market, yields bleeding higher by 2 or 3 basis points. The 10-year 4.30.96. And in foreign exchange, the euro not doing much, 108.33. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Sam Stovall of CFRA after the S&P post the best week of gains since April. Pierre Ferragu of New Street Research on why he's downgrading NVIDIA. And Rabina Faruqi of High Frequency Economics looking ahead to this week's inflation data. We begin with the big issue, kicking off the trading week at record highs. Sam Stovall of CFRA staying cautious, saying this: prudence is not synonymous with protection. Concentration has been a major concern of this market's outsized advance. Now that the S&P 500's year-to-date climb has been more than exclusively driven by a handful of tech-oriented stocks, investors have begun to quote Winston Churchill by saying, never was so much owed by so many to so few. Sam joins us now for more. Sam Stovall of CFRA, let's get straight to it. The economy is being driven by the Federal Reserve maybe reducing interest rates at some point. At least that's the outlook for the economy. Sam, I want to talk about the reality of where we are right now. We're decelerating. You can see that in the labor market data. You see that in the ISM. When we get to Friday and we hear from the big banks, what do you think they're going to say about what they're seeing in this economy?
Well, I think, Jonathan, a lot of the CEOs of the big banks have been pretty cautious, even though they're very happy that they just passed their stress tests. They are cautious about the consumer. They're cautious about the economy. And I think right now what's helping to support the market is the majority expectation that we will experience a soft landing, not as Lisa worries about heading into a recession. And I remind investors that hoping is a lot more beneficial than having, because in the 6 months after we have seen the first rate cut, the S&P was up only 5.5% versus being up 15% as it awaited the first rate cut.
Sam, being hopeful pays off in the equity market, that's for sure. And as you say in your work, a market in motion can tend to stay in motion. We just had a guest, though, in the last hour from Citi, Stuart Kaiser, who said if we climb another 10 basis points in unemployment, he's going to turn bearish on this equity market. Now, what's important to me is whether he's alone or not. And I imagine he's not going to be. What would you say back to that?
Well, I would say that yes, historically, when we have seen at least a 0.6% change in the unemployment rate off of the bottom, that ends up being favorable to the likelihood of a slowdown or a recession. So right now, even though we are not forecasting a recession, I do have to look to historical precedent. And certainly this time around, history has not been a very good guide. Typically, we've seen the inverted yield curve, leading economic indicators, earnings recessions, et cetera, all point to an economic recession, which just has not materialized. So does the boy who cried wolf finally get patted on the back for being correct if it was many, many months and years after the first call? So I would tend to say recessions have not been repealed, but they have certainly been delayed.
If you are optimistic that this is going to be a soft landing, that we're not going to get that kind of recession, at what point can you bet on the broadening out that never happened? You say you're worried about concentration risk. A lot of people have raised this concern, and they say they're going to try to go to some of the less loved 493 names. It hasn't worked out. When does it start to work?
Well, that is the real $64,000 question. I mean, is this market similar to what we experienced from April of 1998 to March of 2000, when the advanced decline line was heading south as the S&P was continuing to move north? Yes, I do worry. I do look at the valuations right now in the S&P 500. I see it's trading at a 35% premium to its average over the last 20 years. We look to the tech sector trading at a 74% premium over the last 20 years, and the highest level going back to the 2000 tech bubble bursting. And then lastly, just looking at the relative strength between the equal weight tech and the cap weighted tech, we're more than 2 standard deviations above the mean. So I would tend to say that we do need to experience a resetting of the dials for me to feel that this bull market is not at risk. And who knows how long this will continue until we do get that reset.
How are you expressing your caution? If it isn't necessarily getting out of some of those names more aggressively, is it holding more cash? Is it offsetting with, say, utilities that were considered defensive at one time and then now there's some questions?
Well, utilities have been benefiting from the euphoria of AI. 3 or 4 of the top utilities within the sector, take them out, and the sector itself would have continued to underperform. So really, I think you have an awful lot of groups that are within tech, that are peripheral to tech, that are benefiting from the tech euphoria. So the real question is, are we likely to be seeing a rotation? And right now, I continue to see the percentage of sub-industries, and there are 154 of them in the S&P 1500, a percentage of them declining when you look at those above their 50-day, above their 200-day, and above both of those levels, which implies to me that we are not getting the participation that we should. So for me, I have to wait to see what the market is likely to be doing. Will we continue to see the softening as we await the changes in earnings for this second quarter? Right now, expectations are for an 8% gain, with 8 of the sectors in positive territory. So I think investors are saying prices lead fundamentals, and the fundamental picture will be improving.
So do you just ignore the politics?
No, I mean, politics is headline, but the real question is the bottom line. And I think the concern is that should former President Trump get reelected, then we do have the tariff threat out there, and we do have concerns for additional debt being added to the books. And that could be the undoing of the market if we tend to see the 10-year yield start to climb once again, and in a sense throw off the valuation picture even more so.
You're not alone pondering that question, Sam. It's great to get your thoughts. Sam Stovall there of CFRA, blending some outlook there on the banks reporting this Friday and ultimately on concentration risk. So let's talk about that in one story. Talk a lot about what tech has done over the last 12 months, year to date. The Mag 7, NVIDIA, all of that. Okay, park that. JP Morgan's up 20% year to date. Goldman's up 20. Citi's up 24.5, let's call it. Bank of America's up more than 20%. I throw in Deutsche Bank over in Europe is up 26%. Banks have had a decent run, never mind just big tech.
That's because capital markets are going gangbusters. If you take a look at some of the M&A transactions, you could just look at all of them as truly M&A Mondays today. You could talk about some of the debt raises, some of the even equity raises that people have gone out there to do. You could see activity creeping back as people get confident that we've gotten peak rates. And that, I think, is going to really support the bottom line in addition to higher rates.
Equity futures right now just about positive on the S&P 500. Let's get you some news elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. It's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Hurricane Beryl made landfall on the Texas coast early this morning. The Category 1 storm brought heavy rains and life-threatening storm surge to Texas after causing devastation and destruction in the Caribbean and Mexico. Beryl is forecast to move through the lower Mississippi Valley and Ohio Valley tomorrow and Wednesday. Microsoft is ordering its China-based employees to swap their Androids for iPhones. Bloomberg obtained an internal memo that stating in September, employees will be required to use only Apple devices to verify their identities on work computers or phones. The measure will impact hundreds of workers across mainland China and is meant to ensure that staff use the Microsoft Authenticator app when logging in. And after a 945-day victory drought, Lewis Hamilton notched an emotional win at the British Grand Prix on Sunday. It marks his 104th career win and his 9th at home in Silverstone, a record for a single circuit. Periods of rain led to a dramatic battle for the podium, with Red Bull's Max Verstappen clinching second and McLaren's Lando Norris third. It was Hamilton's final British GP for Mercedes before he joins Ferrari next year. And that's your Bloomberg Brief, John.
Danny, thank you. Just a beautiful moment when a radio message came up and he was choking up at the end of the race, little tear. In my eye, never mind his. Beautiful.
Yeah, I actually watched the soccer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So
which game did you watch?
I watched a number of them. Hold on a second. Which one was the best one? It was probably England losing yet again, having a tough time of it. Although they think they came back, right? I watched some of
So you
those.
clearly didn't watch the end of that
No,
game.
I didn't.
All right, okay. All right,
That's
moving
key.
on.
Watching the end is pretty key in soccer.
Lisa, all right, I think we need to chat about how to watch sport. You have to wait to the end.
I hate that. It's really stressful.
You don't get to just select a score. You know, that's not how it works. Like,
there's a couple of good moments.
I like that score. It's finished now. England lost. It's 1-0. You have to watch the next 10 minutes.
Okay, all right, let's move on.
The penalties. Okay, we'll move on. No. All right. Up next, the morning calls. Pierre Ferragu of New Street Research with a rare downgrade on this stock, NVIDIA. That conversation's up next. Less sport and a lot more tech. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
let it go.
Okay.
No, I
Look,
can't let it go.
It was on in the house,
How
and I
can
was
I let that
watching
go?
a couple
She watched
plays. and
moments of games.
I was watching moments of games. Switzerland looked good. England looked
I'm
bad.
genuinely jealous.
Germany looked really good. Well,
I
they
wish
played
that I could
really
create
well.
my own sporting reality. Watch a game, and when it gets to a score I like,
all right,
switch it
Are we
off
done?
and
Can
pretend
you do
that's
that
the
in
result.
fantasy football?
I guess you probably
Okay,
could.
are we really
You
done?
could do sort of
I was
Bramo fancy football. She decides what the score was.
fantasy world.
Turn the game off in the 80th minute.
You know, the auctions are coming out tomorrow.
Yeah, sure, all right.
Wednesday and Thursday.
I
know,
love
you're
that,
going to
Bramo.
keep going. I was watching different
talk about
moments
that
of
for
games.
years.
And of course, I shouldn't have said anything, but I just blurted it out.
We still have 3 more games left. This is going to be fun.
I know. How Bramo watches the final in a few weeks. All right, futures look like this on the S&P 500. We're so coming back to that. Equity futures unchanged. Yields a little bit higher, up 2 or 3 basis points. The 10-year 430.57. Let's get you some morning calls. First up, Wolf Research downgrading JP Morgan to peer perform. The analyst recommending investors take some chips off the table, citing exposure to net income interest headwinds and a rich valuation versus its peers. Next up, Wells Fargo raising its price target on Alphabet to 187, maintaining an equal weight rating. The analyst expecting solid second quarter results, but also expecting a slightly more challenging catalyst path. And finally, Pierre Ferragu of New Street Research out with a rare NVIDIA downgrade, slashing his rating to neutral from buy. Pierre saying that upside for the AI giant will only materialize in a bull case, adding he would only buy again on prolonged weakness. Pierre joins us now for more. Pierre Ferragu, that's quite a headline, a downgrade to NVIDIA. Just tell me, what are you seeing in the company? Is it what the company's doing or what the stock price is doing that's led to this downgrade?
Yeah, it's a great question, John. What we've been doing over the last 18 months following NVIDIA and being very early in seeing this AI inflection is that we've been comparing what's happening for NVIDIA, what expectations are on NVIDIA, with what the supply chain of NVIDIA is lining up in terms of increasing capacity for this accelerating AI infrastructure deployments. And for 18 months, we've always seen expectations for NVIDIA being below what the supply chain was planning. So every quarter, we said they're going to beat because they're lining up more capacity than what expectations imply today. And as we did that check in the last few weeks, we realized that now, when you look at expectations for NVIDIA for 2025, with like data center revenues up like 50% or so, it actually lines up pretty well with what memory manufacturers are telling us about their capacity plans for HBM. It lines up pretty well with what TSMC is telling us about capacities they're lining up for CoWoS. And so we came to the conclusion that for NVIDIA to beat expectations again, we would need to see first the supply chain increasing further their capacity planning. And we felt that was a good time for us to actually signal to investors, to our clients, well, you have to be careful because this business has grown like 10x over like the last couple of years, like the data center AI business of NVIDIA. And at some point, it's going to take a breather, it's going to slow, it's going to stick where it is. And seeing expectations for NVIDIA meeting what the supply chain is anticipating felt like a good point in time to grow more cautious about the stock. And then valuation is relatively secondary. I think the valuation of NVIDIA is still reasonable, but it's rich enough to suffer if NVIDIA disappoints, not by missing expectations, but by not beating them.
Pierre, there's a distinction between a valuation call where maybe it's just gotten over in its skis and it needs to pause for a bit versus the Cisco trajectory of big up, big down, how it was the darling in the early 2000s and then it really lost some luster. Do you foresee that type of reaction in NVIDIA, or do you think it might just plateau for a while or even dip before continuing its dominance over the field?
Yeah, there is no, really, we don't see any challenges on NVIDIA's market position. NVIDIA is a market leader. Like one of our key angles of understanding this market is that it's not a market in which you have to do the best chip. It's a market in which you have to do the chip that people are going to use the best. And today, NVIDIA is largely dominant in the data center for AI from that perspective. So we think they're going to continue to have a very, very strong market share. You have more room for challengers like AMD, of course, and we expect actually in-house chips to continue to take share. But NVIDIA will still by far be the dominant player. We still have very strong margins. And we don't see the AI bubble, collapsing badly and going away. It's more of the latter, that at some point, after like 2-3 years of explosive growth, of like resetting the size of the market to where we are today, we see a risk that things stabilizes, and that's where the stock could take a dip. And we would be very, very constructive on that and see that as an opportunity to get back in the stock, of course.
Pierre, the stock has 65 buys, 7 holds, just a 1 sell. I've got to ask you this question, almost as a friend. Just the career risk associated with not being bullish on the most bullish stock on the planet right now. Pierre, how do you think about those things when you're putting these calls together?
Thanks for the question. It's a very good one. I am an independent analyst. I don't work for a bank or for like a broker. And so my professional success is about, how much my clients value my opinion. And I think people who follow us, who support our research, value that my ability to say, maybe I'm wrong, but I see things that I was not seeing in the last 18 months. So things are changing. And I think publishing research like that might upset a couple of people because the stock reacts negatively on the day or in the couple of days following it. But overall, what really matters is we do the numbers, we do the math, we look at what Micron and Samsung and Hynix are saying, and we compare that to what expectations are for NVIDIA. We look at what TSMC is saying, and we compare that to expectations for NVIDIA. We look at where overall capex are as well, like the hyperscale capex have increased very significantly, and we think they're going to increase again very significantly next year. And so we're worried that there isn't much room for this capex to increase further beyond that. And so I think that work is always valued. So I don't feel like I'm taking a career risk.
Well, we certainly value your opinion, Pierre. And I don't think you're taking a career risk either. Pierre Ferragut of New Street Research. Pierre, thank you. One of the best out there. Top analysis, just thinking about this. But that's how people think about some of the analysis going on stocks like this, that if you've got a sell on it, you're running some risk because you're missing out on the move.
Let's take it a step further. How about being a mutual fund where you're trying to outperform? If you don't own these stocks, you have lost. So in other words, what kind of career risk is it not to own it, not to actually actively be bullish, let alone recommend that clients should be bullish?
I heard so many stories like this from the late 90s, people who were sitting there saying, banging a table, saying this is a bubble, and ultimately missing that final boom, that big run-up in that last year.
And we heard that today, which is essentially, do you really want to get in the way of a freight train? That markets that don't have a reason to stop going up are going to keep going up. We heard that from Sam Stovall. So even though people could be cautious, to bet on that, it becomes tricky.
A trade for the brave to bet against that. Coming up on the program, Zach Griffiths of Credit Sites alongside Rabila Faruqi of High Frequency Economics. Chairman Powell, 2 days of testimony coming right up.
priorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep reading World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Equities look like this on the S&P 500, 60 minutes away from the opening bell. Record highs at a close on Friday, a 4th consecutive day of gains. Will we add some more weight to it? The standout, the outlier of last week, the Russell down on the week by 1%, even as the S&P and the Nasdaq puts up the best week since April. This morning, Russell futures positive by 0.5%. Switch on the board and get to the bond market. Some great conversations throughout this morning. One of the best, I think, from Deutsche Bank and George Saravelos, really teeing up what a change in trade policy could mean for monetary policy on both sides of the Atlantic. We thought a lot about what it would mean for the Federal Reserve. I think we've got to think a little bit more about what it could mean for the ECB. The disinflationary shock that you could see if you get all of that overcapacity out of China being eaten by the Europeans because we have another round of Donald Trump who puts up the walls even higher.
This goes to what Peter Schiff has been talking about, too. This idea of we're missing the boat when it talks about China's effort to try to create, not just copy and just sort of manufacture, but be the actual initiators of a lot of these goods. Key question is, how much is this going to happen regardless? Because honestly, at this point, we've seen that the U.S. has much more stringent rules to try to keep out certain Chinese goods than Europe. And that, I think, could become a currency call increasingly if you see that actually come to the fore.
Adam Posen, 60 minutes ago, of the Peterson Institute, he said, you get a Trump presidency, Fed's hiking in 25. No question. He said, regardless of who's the president, come next year in 2025, he thinks there's an 80% chance the Fed is hiking next year anyway, because the trajectory for some of these issues, which is what you're getting at, you're alluding to, don't shift that much, regardless of who the candidate is that ultimately wins.
The issue here, and this is something that we were teasing out both on air and in the break, is this question of the dual mandate. What does growth do if you have some of these more inflationary policies? And in the face of some more stagflationary mix, what is the Fed's response? Is the Fed going to prioritize inflation in the same way as they have in the past if it is sort of an external kind of shock that creates that could potentially be somewhat temporary? These are some of the things that people are trying to tease out. It's unclear right now, which is one reason why you're seeing confusion in some of the bond price action.
I thought George Saravelos was very thoughtful when he talked about this, because he said, yes, there is this idea that direction of travel when it comes to tariffs is quite similar between Biden and Trump, but it's the speed and the magnitude under the Trump administration which is really going to make it inflationary and very difficult for this Fed to fend off.
That's the politics and policy stateside. Let's talk about Europe just briefly. If you switch on the board and get to the euro, 108.41 is where euro dollar is. 320 is where the French 10-year is. We're just about unchanged on both of those issues. I just want to say this. I think we're unchanged on the overall issue of governance in France as well. And the market ultimately, Lisa, doesn't really know what to do with the results over the weekend, with the leftist alliance ultimately taking first place, Macron's group coming second, and Marine Le Pen's right-wing party coming in third.
You know who else doesn't know what to do with it? France, because frankly, they have a lot of uncertainty right now being baked in. Question is, can Emmanuel Macron create some sort of consensus, sort of left-center consensus or coalition? And if he can't create some sort of coalition to govern, there's going to be a real question about how long he can continue in that role. And those are some of the questions at a time when either way it creates a response function that's highly in doubt from France, among one of the major European economies in the face of a lot of these major issues.
Yields just a little bit lower by a single basis point at 320 on a French 10-year. Under surveillance this morning, the dam is very much breaking. At least 9 Democratic lawmakers are calling for President Biden to end his re-election campaign. Bloomberg reporting that Democratic Senator Mark Warner will not hold a previously scheduled meeting today to discuss Biden's bid. Talks will continue during a regularly scheduled caucus tomorrow. Congress is back. There's only one thing to talk about. It's this right here.
Absolutely. And does this 9 grow to a larger number by the end of the week, given that lawmakers are going to be back in town and they're going to have these meetings, whether or not they're in the public or behind the scenes? The dam is breaking. Does it get even harder for Biden, given the fact that Thursday he is going to be on display? And this is a test he really needs to overcome. Sure, he gave this sit-down interview on Friday, which a lot of people, including Senator Murphy, said he didn't think that did enough to assuage concerns. How does he act on Thursday? Because everything he says, every movement he makes is going to be under a microscope.
I just wonder about the time limit. Charles Myers saying that he basically had 5 days. And you have to wonder how much time he would have to give another candidate to really develop their nomination, to really gain enough steam. I just wonder how much time there is and what kind of action people could take if they feel like that time is kind of running out.
Well, we're basically 4 months to the election, but Henrietta Trey's made a very good point. No one really cares until after Labor Day. And she said there's already been this, quote, invisible primary happening on the wings. All of these names, yes, they don't have the same name ID and recognition the way Biden does, but names like obviously Kamala Harris, Gretchen Whitmer, Newsom, they have been there in this invisible primary, and she said the polls show that there is this appetite and yearning from the electorate to want to be introduced to someone new.
Can we extend the theme of career risk? Talked about it briefly with Pierre Ferragut. The career risk associated with coming out on the record now, if you're a Democratic official and saying what some of them are saying, versus the career risk of not saying anything. What do you think is the greatest risk? Because I think the vice president's between a rock and a hard place right now. The vice president comes out and says something similar. I'm not sure anyone thinks that's going to happen anytime soon, but let's say it did. If Kamala Harris came out and said things the way these guys are saying things, everyone would say it was out of self-interest. If she doesn't and ultimately becomes the nominee, what are people going to say then about what wasn't said over the last 12 months?
They're going to say, did you see this behind the scenes and didn't come forward with it earlier than the debate when it was on full display for the American public? She's in a very difficult position, but the problem is her name's on the ticket.
That's the latest on the politics. Let's turn to Boeing. Set to plead guilty to criminal conspiracy in connection with 2 fatal 737 MAX crashes. The plane maker facing a fine of as much as $487 million and will install a corporate monitor as it bolsters its compliance program. This has been on the table for much of the last week. Their stock in the pre-market is positive by 0.9%. That's where investors are looking ahead to a busy week of data and events. Fed Chair Jay Powell heading to Capitol Hill for his semi-annual testimony. Plus, we'll get key inflation data, including CPI and PPI. Bloomberg's Mike McKee joins us now for more. Mike, out of all those events, what's top of the pile for you?
Well, top of the pile for me is going to be Jay Powell on Tuesday and Wednesday talking to the House and Senate. We'll see what he has to say about what the possibilities for a rate cut are. I think the possibilities are good, which he may say. The question is timing. Does he give us a sense that it's September? And then after him, we get the CPI, which is going to be very important in the market deciding whether it could be September or not. So you got those 2 events going on, all of which could be overshadowed by the Biden drama, which will be into the markets if something happens. So I expect Powell might get asked about that during the next 2 days, and he will duck under the table, I'm sure, if that happens.
And we've been talking about that. I find that fascinating, and I'm wondering if any Congress member can actually come out and follow up and say, can you just give us a sense of how you weigh your dual mandate, of which comes first? Unemployment and sort of the jobs picture, or whether you're looking more at the inflation aspect of this. Do you still pledge to bring down inflation to 2%, even at the expense of jobs, if it comes as a result of some of these policies? How much are we getting a sense of that right now?
Well, he'll just repeat what he has been saying, and this will probably come in his opening statement because it's the basics for them is that they are committed to 2%, and they're going to keep going until they get there. Doesn't mean they can't cut rates before that. And he's also been saying, as have them all, that we're now paying more attention to what's going on in the labor market, that the risks are about even, but we have more work to do, so we're not cutting rates all the way down. As soon as they start hinting that they cut rates, then we go into a different discussion of how far do they go. Traditionally, they don't start without doing at least three total cuts, but do they go beyond that?
Mike, more people are talking about 2025. You heard our Adam Posen conversation about tariffs, about what migration, what this will mean for inflation. At some point, will Powell lean into what potentially this could mean for a Federal Reserve?
No, he will avoid that as much as possible. And the reason makes sense is these are all speculative situations. I mean, we don't know who's going to be president. We don't even know who's going to be running for president for sure right now. So what policies are going to be adopted for 2025? We know there are some big risks. We've got the tax bill, we've got the debt ceiling, and of course, just funding the government itself is drama a lot. And until the Fed sees what's going to come of that, they're not going to be able to make any decisions. Their first meeting is in 2025 is only 9 days after the new president takes office. So it's going to take a while for all of this to percolate through. Not to the markets. The markets will react any time. But for the Fed to think about what to do, it's going to take time, and they'll want to see what's actually happening.
We'll be patient, of course, Mike. Super patient. Mike's going to stay close. Joining us now, we won't be patient at all. Zach Griffiths, a credit scientist, alongside Rabila Faruqi of High Frequency Economics. Rabila, a question that I had last week, many others as well. The data last week, never mind opening the door to September, does it open the door for a real conversation, a live meeting in July about cutting interest rates?
Good morning. We think the data cumulatively, if you look at the growth side of things, if you look at spending, if you look at inflation, and then, on top of that, what you're seeing in the labor force. What you're seeing is there's better balance between inflation and the labor market. And we do think that there's enough evidence in the data to at least start the conversation. We don't think there's enough for them to move in the July meeting. They get more information between July and September that's going to be important. So I don't think they need to rush the decision. And also, this Fed is very careful about not surprising the markets. But I think the discussion definitely can start, especially if our outlook, if things do turn out the way we expect them to, which is an ongoing slowing in what we're seeing on the growth side, and also in terms of what we're seeing on the labor market. That is very key. That rise in the unemployment rate for 3 straight months. The unemployment rate is still very low, but perceptions about the labor market from households, they have deteriorated. And that is going to be a very key input into how households approach, the outlook for the economy and what that means for the growth path.
Zach, do you believe that we've made enough progress on inflation to put more weight on the other side of the dual mandate and focus on protecting the labor market?
I think we have, John, and I think that's what you're seeing in the minutes last week, going through just what Fed participants were talking about. The emphasis seems to be on shifting toward the labor market. That's not to say that they're not going to remain acutely focused on inflation, but I think the labor market gets a bigger weighting going forward, and we are looking for more normalization there. And to us, with a slowing growth story driven by the consumer in the second half of this year, we don't think they're going to go in July, but we agree that the conversation should begin, and we're expecting the first cut in September.
Zach, when you talk about some of the split screen that we're seeing right now in the economy, where you have certain segments that are doing very well and inflation is still a concern in those segments, I'm thinking of hotel rooms and some particular routes on airlines. On the other hand, you have a lot of places that are struggling, and you should see that with the Russell 2000. In the companies that you cover, how much are you seeing real distress starting to pick up in certain companies, even as the overall picture looks stable?
We're not seeing a ton of distress, I'd say, right now, Lisa. What we're seeing is signs that the consumer is slowing down, and we're starting to see a reaction by some of these consumer goods and retail companies, not necessarily taking prices down, but doing more promotional pricing. And I think there's going to be a mismatch in timing of when that shows up in the inflation data and when it's actually taking place in the real economy and how these companies are responding to a slowing consumer. And so when we think about how that changes the balance of risks, we think that fundamentals are going to become a bigger part of the picture in terms of credit spreads in the second half of this year and first half of 2025. And that's why we have a little bit more of a widening bias versus our more bullish view that we've held for really the past 18 months or so.
Rabila, what do you make of that, especially given that it's so bifurcated, right? I mean, you could have, for example, we're going to be getting the one-year inflation expectations from the New York Fed today at 11. We get NFIB small business optimism tomorrow. These are sort of peripheral measures that have been a little bit out of sync with the rest of everything that's going on. How much do you pay attention to that at a time where you see such dominance of particularly high-income companies and individuals fueling specific sectors of the economy?
No, I mean, it's a very important point, right? I mean, you are seeing a bifurcation. There is, a split, if you look at what high-end consumers are doing versus what, people at the bottom end of the income scale. But, if you look cumulatively, the sign is still the same. The consumer side of the economy is decelerating. We're not seeing a weakening. We're not seeing a contraction. But this is what drives the economy, and we are seeing a deceleration. What's really important is that the services side of the economy, right, that is now moderating. That is something that we have been looking for a while. And notwithstanding, what we're seeing with airline travel and, things like that, but there is a deceleration. Even if we don't, our base case remains that the combined message is that the economy is slowing, the inflation is on a decelerating path, the labor market is loosening, and those things are going to be what drives the policy path forward. And to us, that means that the Fed has to make the policy stance less restrictive sooner rather than later, managing the risk between the labor market loosening versus the labor market weakening. That is a very tricky thing, and I think the Fed is very sensitive to that. There are a lot of uncertainties. You've been discussing this, in terms of the political arena, in terms of the policy arena. Right now, the Fed has to focus on what we're seeing in the economy. And, we think that means that the Fed has to consider changing the policy stance.
Rubeela, I want to ask you a question John brought up earlier. Is this a welcome cooling you just outlined or an unwelcome deterioration?
I think it is a welcome cooling, but like I said, managing the risk between a welcome cooling and a weakening and a contraction in payrolls and a surge in the unemployment rate, that's very difficult. Chair Powell has talked about this. What they're talking about is an unexpected weakening in the labor market. So they do expect the labor market to rebalance more completely. It's just that unexpected weakening is what they're going to be ready to respond to. We're not really seeing an unexpected weakening. We are seeing a cooling, but it still, in our view, justifies making that policy rate less restrictive.
Zach, that's the stance the Federal Reserve is taking. When you speak to people about the unemployment rate, particularly in the market, I'm talking about strategists and investors specifically, they're focused on whether we trigger the SARM rule. I want to know from your perspective, Zach, and we touched on this earlier in the program, if next month we go to, say, 4.2% on the unemployment rate or even higher, and that rule gets triggered, do you think that would trigger a broad sell-off in this market?
I think we'd have to see at least somewhat of a repricing of risk, and that's really what we're looking for, John, is this repricing of credit risk. We have spreads that are really tight, equities that are really high, and when we think about the balance of risk going forward, we're almost more concerned with that unwelcome deterioration outcome, with the Fed having held policy quite restrictive in our view, and I think there's a lot of uncertainty there, but we do think it's at a restrictive point. And if they don't start to respond to what we're seeing in the consumer, in the economy broadly, then we have a higher risk of that hard landing scenario that everyone was so fearful of in 2023, emerging perhaps in the second half of this year or first half of 2025. So we are expecting that if we do see more deterioration, perhaps at a faster pace than what we've seen so far, you're going to see that reflected in asset prices.
Hey, Zach, good to hear from you. Zach Griffiths there of Credit Sites, and Rubeela Faruqi of the High Frequency Economics, as the line between welcome cooling and unwelcome deterioration gets like that thin, Lisa, over the last week or so.
It feels like dancing on the head of a pin. I got that expression right. And I will say that I think that right now people threading a needle, there are other expressions that people are saying that I actually can relate to.
Got that one right too.
Yeah. Well, some of the others I don't really understand.
Crosswinds under the current. Well, that's because that's not an expression.
That's why I was Googling it. Well, it's like beating a dead horse with a drum. I mean, it's sort of like I just didn't really, if I don't deeply relate, moving on. Sure. I do think that it is a narrow landing path. And I think that that's the concern for a lot of people, is that it feels like there is a cooling and it just is hard to characterize where we're at.
You're having quite a day. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Paramount shares pre-market up 2.7%. It finally agreed to merge with Skydance Media, and that hands control of the Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison. It also ends one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Paramount chair Sherry Redstone agreed to sell her family's National Amusements. It controls about 77% of the voting stock in Paramount for $2.4 billion. Thousands of workers at Samsung Electronics walked off the job Monday to stage a rally demanding better pay. It's the biggest organized labor action in the South Korean company's half-century history. Negotiations over pay and vacation time collapsed last month. The strike is intended to drive home their demands by disrupting production at one of the company's most advanced chip facilities, according to union leaders. And Despicable Me 4 was the big winner at the holiday weekend box office. The latest movie in the Minion franchise made an estimated $123 million in domestic ticket sales since opening on Wednesday. That according to box office tracker ComScore. Meanwhile, Disney's Inside Out 2 continued its strong run, surpassing $1.2 billion globally since it opened last month. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thanks for this morning. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, setting you up for a really busy week ahead from New York City. Live from our global headquarters, you're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
I've seen firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite. And I think that as a young black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends, and I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Minutes away from the opening bow, the cash open just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500 just about positive by 0.1%, coming off the back of an all-time high, a record high to start the week. And what a way to start the week with a brand new show making its debut on Bloomberg TV, Open Interest, with Katie Greifert, Sonali Basak, and our very own Matt Miller. Katie joins us now for more. Katie, good morning.
Good morning.
What's coming up this hour?
So in the next hour, you're well familiar with the 9 a.m. hour. It's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a focus on single stocks. We really want to basically tell the macro stories that we talk about all the time through the micro, and what that means basically, you're going to see more single stock analysts, you're going to see a lot more CEOs, hopefully.
How much is this going to be difficult to get people interested in, other than the Mag 7, given the fact that there's sort of been this hope and dream the 493 could shake off the
P500 targets. I know you spoke to Mike Wilson over at Morgan Stanley back in April, saying that he was staying away from those big, bold calls. He actually joins us right at 9, so we're going to basically talk about that. How do you forecast in the age of that super concentration that you're seeing at the benchmark level?
What do you do after the 9 o'clock? The market's open. What's the discussion going to be like with the three of you?
Hopefully we take a big breath and we get into some of those meatier conversations coming up in our 10 a.m. hour. I know Matt Miller is super psyched because we have Stefan Winkelmann. He is the CEO of Lamborghini, and that's really just a read basically on the ultimate luxury asset And of course, EVs, which they have taken themselves out of the race. They're not trying to make an EV supercar here.
That is the most Matt Miller thing ever, to start a new program on the markets, but managing to squeeze in the Lamborghini CEO. You thought the same thing?
So more cars for the next 3 hours.
Looking forward to the program.
I think we're going to interview every single car CEO. I think that is his stated goal. So.
I have no doubt about it. That show kicking off in about 7 minutes' time. The brilliant Kelly Graffard and the team leading Bloomberg's Open Interest, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, or rather 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Counting you down to the opening bell in about 36 minutes' time. Here's the trading diary for the week ahead. Tuesday, day one of Fed Chair Jay Powell on Capitol Hill. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen also testifying, plus the NATO summit begins on Wednesday. Fed speak from Goolsbee, Bauman and Cook. Thursday, we'll get US CPI, another round of jobless claims, and Delta earnings. Lisa squeezed that in. Friday, PPI and unmatched sentiment, plus the big ones. It's JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Lisa and Citi reporting earnings too.
I actually wonder how much the banks are really going to lead the charge. If they sort of signal this weakness ahead in the consumer, whether that could actually get more attention, a disproportionate amount of attention, just based on the balance of risks. CPI seems like it's important, but less so, given what some of the data has been that's been coming out.
It's the politics for me this week. It is a critical week for Biden. It's almost a crisis of, well, it is a crisis of their own making, and it's another threshold he needs to clear, a hurdle he needs to clear on Thursday when he comes out and speaks to the press. A press that feels, at moments, gaslit about how this administration, how members of his team talked about the president and his health.
We keep saying it's another hurdle he has to clear. Do you think there's anything he can do anytime soon that can take away what took place 2 Thursdays ago? Because I think a lot of people conclude the answer to that question is no.
No, but it can become worse. It can become worse if the president comes out Thursday and has a pretty disastrous performance. And then there's these 9 lawmakers now start to spill over to dozens and dozens.
Some people say it was worse that he didn't totally bomb on Friday night because it leaves the Democratic Party in limbo. There's a real question about the time ticking, and at what point does it become, basically, you're out of time to create another candidate, but there's been a loss of confidence in President Biden. That's the fear under the hood for the Democratic Party right now.
Let's see where we are this time tomorrow morning in the next 24 hours, because a lot can change every single hour in Washington, D.C. at the moment as Congress gets back to work. Coming up tomorrow to run through some of these issues, we'll catch up with George Goncalves of MUFG. We'll speak to JP Morgan's Kelsey Barrow. Wei Lee's back on a program from BlackRock. That's very cool. And Emily Rowland of John Hancock. That and a whole lot more coming up tomorrow. From New York City this morning, good morning to you all. The opening bell about 35 minutes away. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With the surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
You are also an owner, I should have pointed out, of 3 major sports teams.
That's right.
And you're the first woman, as I understand it, the first woman to own 3 major, have stake in 3 major sports teams. Is that right?
Yes, and we'll say African American.
You were approached by the owner then of the, I guess, the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps about maybe buying the Washington Mystics, which is the women's basketball team. And what did you say?
Well, first of all, Zay Poland. He did come to me and Susan O'Malley, and they said, Abe Poland says, look, I want you to be the face of the Washington Mystics. And I said, what do you mean be the face of? He says, I want you to buy this team. His health was failing. And I have to tell you, and a lot of women can understand this, we never get these opportunities. So that was the first thing that struck me, and I was flattered. I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. but I was still intrigued about team ownership.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
It's an incredibly fun job, for sure.
We're in the business of leading beyond the numbers.
To me, teamwork is key. You need to identify opportunities and push people.
It's not about how to say no, it's about how to say yes.
Their impact goes far beyond the balance sheet. And on Chief Future Officer, they focus on much more than just revenues and margins.
Today's CFO has to be much, much more than a bookkeeper. I talk more about culture today than I talk about numbers.
It's not just about debits and credits and digits and dollar signs.
It's a lot more than the profit today. It's building the future of tomorrow.
Get passion, perspective, and more from the Chief Future Officers of some of the world's most influential companies. New episodes this summer, only on Bloomberg. Brought to you by Workday.
Stock sitting at record highs with a monster week ahead. Less than 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak. And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, investors are gearing up for a host of events from Powell's testimony to earnings season.
Political risks also keeping markets on edge with a shocking surprise in French elections while Democrats debate Biden's future.
And Paramount officially agrees to a deal with Skydance, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Let's take a look at where markets are trading about 30 minutes until those bells ring, and it's pretty boring, I'll be honest with you. The S&P 500, after a big week last week, up about 0.1% pre-market. Similar story if you take a look at big tech. I'm going to go ahead and call that unchanged. Same thing, too, if you take a look at the bond market right now, currently flat on the 10-year yield, even though, like Sonali mentioned, there is a lot coming up this week.
All right, in terms of what I'm watching here, our first guest, Mike Wilson from Morgan Stanley, mentioned recently that economic surprises keep coming up to the downside, and that is true from the Bloomberg Surprise Index. Nonetheless, valuations keep rising. So if we're priced to perfection, what happens if things go wrong?
And Matt, there are a few shares that I'm watching before the open, of course. Of course, I'm watching shares of NVIDIA after a rare downgrade on Friday from New Street Research. Analysts at UBS raised the price target just this morning. That is divergence starting to form after a 154% rally this year. Also watching shares of Paramount Global gaining in the pre-market after finally agreeing to a deal with Skydance, handing control to media mogul David Ellison, a finale to one of the most dramatic M&A transactions in recent history.
Drama front and center as we kick off Bloomberg Open Interest. When I heard we were going to launch in July, I worried it would be a slow start, but there is so much going on.
So much to cover, so much to talk about. And you think sort of the guiding mission for this show is really about telling the macro through the micro, and we have a lot of macro to talk about.
We certainly do, and against the macro, of course, we have a U.S. election season just started heating up. Democrats starting to question the future of President Biden. Also, those elections yesterday in France, as you were talking about, showing the power of the far right, the far left. And guys, that's also a dynamic playing here at home.
Of course, we also have Powell coming up this week, so don't forget about him as well. We've got an all-star lineup ahead of us, and Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, State Street's Maria Waitman, Bridgewater co-CIO Greg Jensen, Howard Marks of Oaktree Capital, and in today's C-suite, we also have Anthony Smurfit. He is the CEO of Smurfit Westrock. It's one of the world's largest packaging companies, plus the CEO of Lamborghini. I'm kind of out of breath just reading it, Matt.
I'm looking forward to talking to Stefan Winkleman about Lamborghinis. And on this program, I think it's fair to say we can focus on car CEOs, at least count on at least once every couple of weeks. Let's get to our first guest, though, firmly focused on stocks. He's one of the last bears remaining down on Wall Street. Morgan Stanley's CIO and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist Mike Wilson joins us at the desk this morning. And Mike, it's great to have you to kick off the program. Thanks so much for coming in to be our first guest. what do you think about the valuations I showed just a moment ago? If you type ECSU on the Bloomberg terminal, you see economic surprises, and they continue to come out to the downside.
Yeah, look, we're in this period where bad is good for multiples, right? So slower growth, as long as it's not a recession, brings down inflation expectations, which allows the Fed to cut. And that's what the market has been anticipating now for almost a year. Now, they've been wrong about the number of cuts, but the conclusion the equity market is making right now is that, well, there's not going to be a hike. And we know the direction of travel is down. That's fine so long as that negative growth surprise doesn't turn into a hard landing. And right now, that's not the case. Now, the labor market is showing signs of weakness, but not to the degree that would freak out equity markets. And so what's going on is the markets are very efficient right now. They're basically putting money to work in high-quality growth stocks. They're paying up for anything that has growth because that's what the market needs. Growth is scarce. So people are saying, well, the market should broaden out. It's not going to broaden out if this continues, but it also doesn't mean that we're going to collapse until there's either evidence that we're going to have a hard landing or there's evidence that we're going to reaccelerate and then the Fed can't cut and rates go higher. So we're stuck. We're stuck in this sort of environment that really a lot of active managers don't like because it's narrow, it's hard to pick stocks again, and it's hard to outperform.
Hard to outperform. It sounds like what you're saying, though, is that at the benchmark level, that narrow breadth, it doesn't necessarily mean that returns will be way down. No, not necessarily. And we did some work on this the last couple of weeks that shows that when breadth is this bad, and by the way, it's historically bad, it's a 50-50 chance that it's bad, and it's 50-50 chance that it's good for the overall S&P 500 index. And so we play this game until it ends. And the game will change. The question is it going to be a situation where you have everything gets corrected lower, or can it broaden out to small caps, to more cyclical stocks, to other assets that don't have a multiple 40 or 50 times?
Mike, you've written recently also that investors are increasingly becoming concerned about higher rates, perhaps even a rate hike down the corner. You look at this year and expectations for September, for example, but then you look on a longer horizon and the worries about fiscal spending here, spending from either a future Biden administration or a future Trump administration. How much worry do investors really have under the surface, and how could that throw the entire storyline off course?
Right now, that concern is not there. Okay, and the way we measure that concern is the term premium. So rates have gone up this year from January, and it didn't affect the overall market multiples because it was not about term premium, meaning concern about fiscal, sort of spending. It was about growth being better and, quite frankly, inflation being better. Now, there's a misnomer out there that higher inflation is bad for stocks. Not true. Higher inflation is good for smaller stocks. It's good for the average stock. What we have right now is we have a disinflationary boom, which really means that the few stocks benefit. So I don't think it's a risk now, but with our election, with the elections overseas that are going on, and more importantly, just the fiscal spending that's going on regardless of the outcome of the elections, I think it could come back into play later this year. One thing we're watching very closely is how they're funding the government. Okay, so we have the reverse repo, which is pretty well understood at this point. There's about $400 to $450 billion left. They can use that to fund bill issuance effectively. They still have a fairly large Treasury general account, so if they need to tap into that because they don't want to issue as much paper, they can do that. And then they still have the Fed, which is going to start curtailing QT now, which is effectively QE. Right? If they start reinvesting, which is what the end of QT is, that's about $600–700 billion annually of bond purchases. So they have the liquidity provisions in place, at least through the end of the year, I would argue, and then we'll see. So 25 could be a bigger challenge for that term premium.
Do they have to go the other way? Does the Fed have to go the other way if Trump wins in November? Because he's talking about massive tariffs on the Chinese. He's talking about deporting millions of people from the U.S., obviously shutting down the border. That's all incredibly inflationary, right? Or it could be, at least according to Larry Summers.
Yeah, it could be. I think the Fed is going to be patient on that because, look, I mean, these things all lag. Right? Even if those things happen, it won't take place until the first, second quarter of next year. And then the impact on the actual data will be a year from now. So I think the Fed is probably is on track now. I think they want to cut rates. They want to cut rates more than 25 or 50 because the curve is inverted by a significant amount. So
25 basis points doesn't do a lot.
I don't think 25, 50 basis points changes this dynamic that we're seeing in the equity market, meaning the kind of scarcity of growth, paying up for growth in a way that we've been seeing. Now, if we were to get 100 basis points or 150 basis points of cuts without a hard landing, then we could maybe see some rotation away from these leaders.
Well, we'll see, of course. So far, the data hasn't even allowed them to do 25 basis points, so we'll see if that starts to cooperate. I do want to talk about earnings season, because in addition to this show launch, we also do have earnings season kickoff this week. And I was taking a look. If you take a look at expectations for 12-month forward earnings, they're at all-time highs right now. I mean, how high is the bar for corporate America, and can it actually meet that?
It's actually an interesting kind of observation, because the reality is, yes, forward 12-month numbers are going up, but they're going up because we're moving out in time. And I would argue that 2025 estimates are, no one's even really done the math on that. No one has really actually calculated no one's estimating 2025. All they're doing is estimating the next 2 quarters and then rolling forward some sort of growth rate. So I would argue that earnings estimates have been coming down on a quarterly basis. Like for the last 18 months, each quarter gets revised lower, they jump over the lowered bar. And that's exactly how we're set up for this quarter, again, which is that earnings have been coming down, they'll probably meet the expectations, beat them, and this is where I think we could start to see 25 estimates come down. Typically in the second half of the year, the market and analysts start to look ahead and say, actually 25, we're gonna have to revise this. And the wild card is starts with the fourth quarter of this year. That's the big hockey stick of expectations. That's where the expectations get challenging. And the question is, can companies manage that in a smooth way between here and the end of the year?
Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson sticking with us. And coming up next, we're going to talk about Hurricane Beryl making landfall in Texas. We're going to analyze the impact on energy markets next. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
We invest in, buy, and own the backbone of the global economy. When the water gets delivered to your house, the road you drive on, the pipeline that brings different things to your community, the telecom towers that transmit your phone, the data center, the real estate that you live in. It's what we own and build, so it's really what drives the economy, and you don't often see our name.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
You know, it's just because we're behind the scenes, but it's big, with $1 trillion of assets almost. We're behind a lot of the things of the global economy.
So being low-key, do you think it gives you strength?
We just try to be quiet and do our thing, and sometimes it helps and sometimes it doesn't. But I'd say on balance, it's been good for us.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
We're now back with Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, the CIO and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist. And of course, we were talking a little bit earlier about earnings season, Mike. And we have this situation where you have high hopes, high expectations. How much can these companies start to deliver here? How much of an issue are they going to have if they don't?
Well, I think this is one area where, once again, bad is bad. Okay, so I would argue that, weaker economic data is potentially good for multiples generally, at least if you're delivering on the earnings. But if you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished. And that's been consistent all year, which is why the average stock is down this year. The average company has not had good earnings results.
That's a good point to make, Mike, by the way, because we talk about, you know, Jess Menton from our equities team writes about this earnings expansion that we're in, 3 quarters in a row of growth, but it's only 7, 8, maybe 10 companies. The other 490 in the S&P are not doing well. So what has to happen for them to grow, to increase their earnings, to do well?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's more than 7 companies, but it's not more than probably 30 or 40. So it's narrow. It's like a nifty 50 almost is the way I would characterize it. Now, what needs to happen? Once again, we need the Fed to cut like meaningfully. We need the curve to re-steepen. We need cost of capital to come down. We need the labor markets to loosen up in a way where, you know, these smaller businesses can actually hire people at a reasonable price. They need pricing power to come back. One thing that gets overlooked is companies are losing pricing power now. So while we're all rooting for lower inflation, once again, weaker inflation is not great for earnings. You know, small cap businesses, small cap companies like Russell 2000 typically only does well coming out of a recession, coming out of a new cycle. Why? Because rates are low, curve is fully steepened, access to capital is abundant, and they have operating leverage again. That's just not where we are. So we need rates to come down as number one, or we need some sort of exogenous positive shock on the growth side that doesn't lead to an inflationary problem. So you tell me where that's coming from. I think it's going to be it's a challenge, and that's why we're not going to fight this trend. I mean, the momentum is so strong because it's right. Now, what worries me is that momentum is so strong and people have a lot more exposure to high multiple stocks than they think they do. And if you have an event that's unpredictable, then you could have a real reset on valuation of 10, 15%. Like, I think the chance of a 10% correction is highly likely sometime between now and the election. Not just because of the election, but because uncertainty is going to prevail for a lot of different reasons. Earnings reasons, you know, election outcome reasons, some of the things you mentioned earlier around tariffs, potentially immigration, Fed policy still remains uncertain. So yeah, I think the third quarter typically is that period, and it's going to be choppy. Now, we're hoping that's going to create some opportunity, but like right here, valuations to me look very, very unexciting.
And it's a great point, too, on you might be more exposed to tech than you think, especially if you're sitting in the S&P 500, which is, what, 30% tech or so. I do want to actually talk about how all of this rolls into price targets. And typically at this point, I would ask you what your year-end S&P 500 forecast is. But I know that you've backed away from those sorts of calls. And it was interesting. If you take a look at Friday, we got some news from Piper Sandler saying that they're actually going to drop their S&P 500 forecasts, that basically it's bad practice. And when you think about that, I mean, are we starting to see the beginning of the end of these big, bold S&P 500 forecasts?
Well, no. What we did is we rolled forward our forecast 12 months in May, so we took away our year-end target. And look, first thing I would say is S&P targets at a certain time and price is kind of silly. But what I would tell you is that the risk reward from here we think is lower. Like over the next 4 to 6 months, for the same reason I just mentioned, we have volatility probably picking up in the third quarter. I would say your likelihood of upside between now and year end is very low, much lower than normal. I'd call it 20, 25% that markets are higher between now and year end. Okay, specific target, I don't know, but let's say it's down 10% or so. Then we would get interested. Then we'd be interested to say, okay, maybe there's some things happening at the index level. Where the opportunity remains is at the stock level, at the factor level, okay? And in that regard, we still like sort of growth, but not just quality growth, but like, you know, quality in general, large cap, good balance sheets, companies that can deliver on earnings, and that momentum will continue. It's just hard to find companies that are cheap. So if they were to come in 10%, then we would probably get interested again.
Hey, Mike, elephant in the room here. Theory of strategy. You just lost perhaps your biggest competitor on Wall Street, had stepped down from his post at JP Morgan. Does that put pressure on you to really move forward with cautionary tales here? There are just fewer bears on Wall Street.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I would say we kind of, you know, pivoted on that already. You know, beginning of the year, we sort of moved away from being too bearish. But at the end of the day, it's a tough gig. You know, I mean, trying to predict, you know, once again, S&P 500 is certain, and that's not an excuse. That's what we get paid to do. Sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. And look, it doesn't put any pressure on me to do my job any different, right? Just like being wrong doesn't make me feel pressure. Oh, but now I have to change my view completely. The way we get paid by clients, institutional clients, is to give them a good analysis, a good framework so that they can make their decisions on how I should be investing. And that process will never change.
Well, you've done that for us, so we really appreciate you coming in. Mike, thanks so much. Mike Wilson, there, Morgan Stanley's CIO and Chief U.S. Equity Strategist. Let's get now to high interest to look at what's making headlines around the world. President Biden says any weakening of resolve only helps Donald Trump and reiterates that he is staying in the presidential race. Biden's campaign just released a letter from the president addressing Democratic lawmakers who want him to stand back. Several influential congressional Democrats said on a private call they want the president to step aside. He registered his best showing yet, though, in a Bloomberg News Morning Consult tracking poll of battleground states. He still, of course, trails Donald Trump. Boeing will plead guilty to criminal conspiracy to defraud the U.S. after violating a DOJ deal over fatal 737 MAX crashes. The plane maker faces a fine of as much as $487 million. And the crew of a NASA mission to Mars emerged from their craft after a year-long voyage that never left Earth. The 4 volunteer crew members spent more than 12 months inside NASA's first simulated Mars environment at Johnson Space Center in Houston, coming out of the artificial alien environment Saturday around 5 p.m. Hurricane Beryl made landfall on the Texas coast, bringing with it a life-threatening storm surge and putting natural gas and oil infrastructure at risk. It's expected to weaken as it passes over eastern Texas and Arkansas.
And let's take a closer look now at how Hurricane Beryl is impacting oil companies. Of course, as it makes landfall, you have ExxonMobil adjusting some operations, while Freeport LNG ramped down liquefaction operations with plans to resume once the storm safely passes. Bloomberg's Alex Longley joins us now with more details. And what sense do we have of how this will impact production levels?
I think there's a few things to look for, particularly on the oil side. I mean, when these storms hit, the first thing that you see impacted is the Gulf of Mexico production. We saw a small hit to some fields, some adjustments in production in the US Gulf of Mexico. The next question, and the one that we're grappling with this morning, is a combination of things. The first will be the impact on refining and whether the storm has any sort of major impact on sites that are in Beryl's path. And then the second one will also be the impact on exports. Don't forget, over the last few years, the US has become the world's oil supplier of marginal resort, where on any given week, we're seeing 4 or 5 million barrels a day of crude exports, and US barrels now set global prices. So disruption there is the thing that's likely to potentially tighten global markets. And if we get disruption at refineries as well, then that's going to tighten fuel markets if it lasts over the long term.
Alice, can you do just that? Talk through the exposure that different companies have, whether it's refineries or otherwise, throughout the region.
There are various different companies. Again, I'm more on the market side, but the majors will all have Gulf of Mexico assets on the production side. They're often the first to lock in and shut down production, given the risks to both personnel and the environment in the area. And then also, you have the majors, so Chevron, BP, Shell, with various different assets in the region. Particularly on the US side, you have refining assets there as well. And also some of the refineries are owned by. You have, for example, Motiva, a joint venture with Aramco. So yeah, you have a whole host of companies across the board. I mean, the thing to keep in mind as well is the US is just one part of many of these companies' footprints.
Right. What's the diesel picture look like, Alex? Because in the past, that's where we've seen big spikes, and obviously that causes more of a problem for the economy because it affects shipping.
Yeah, exactly. And the diesel market's an interesting one at the moment as well. It has for a long time been what everyone's looking at as a kind of bellwether of the global economy. And both on diesel and gasoline, I think people are gearing up for a bit of a spiky summer because of the risk of storms. Not just Beryl itself, but the way in which Beryl has come about. The fact that we're seeing a big storm so early in the season. Normally when traders are looking at storms that might disrupt refining in the Gulf of Mexico, we're looking at things that are coming in August or September, not this early on in the summer. And so to your point about diesel, I think although the market is sort of it's been sort of steady in a strong position for the last few months, and varies between region as well. We've seen perhaps more weakness in Asia than we have in Europe and the US. But I think what people are worried about, particularly as you get into kind of thin volume trading over the summer and the risks of a big supply, is the risk of low volume is that we get a big supply disruption in this period where large parts of the market are away on their summer holidays, and that could be hugely disruptive, as you say, not just to the global oil market, but to consumers and freight across the globe as well.
Bloomberg's Alex Longley. We thank you so very much for keeping an eye on the situation for us. And coming up next, we're going to take a look at the companies making the most buzz on social media today. That is Social Climbers up next. This is Bloomberg.
In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Bitcoin ETFs rubbing elbows with the big dogs.
This frenzy has engulfed the entire world.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Time now for Social Climbers, the companies making waves on social media this morning. First up, Microsoft is telling employees in China to keep their Android-powered smartphones at home. Beginning in September, China-based employees will only be able to use Apple iPhones for work. Microsoft has not yet cited the reasoning behind this move, although the tech giant has been ramping up its cybersecurity efforts. Next, the specialty glass company Corning is raising its second quarter sales and profit guidance after a strong performance by its new generative AI products. Go figure. Finally, a battle is brewing at Sam's Club. Members are up in arms after the Walmart-owned chain announced it will remove free shipping for all items starting in mid-August. Instead, customers will have to spend at least $50 to qualify for the perk. Some disgruntled members are threatening to take their business to its rival, Costco. You can follow all the latest company buzz on TREN Go on your Bloomberg terminal. And guys, if you had a Sam's Club membership, would you be mad?
I don't think it's possible to go into one of these big box stores and spend less than $50. I don't know how that would happen. And this is online, obviously, but I think everyone, it's safe to assume most people have purchases higher than that amount.
Yeah, I would think so. It's still, it's interesting to sort of to see how companies are adjusting to the reality of this is a weakening consumer. Inflation is very high, and we need to have offerings such as Sam's Club, even though, like Matt said, you go into one of those stores, you're going to be spending money.
Right, it's another signal of that price pressure just staying on consumers.
Have you been yet to a Costco or a Sam's Club?
Don't start with me.
Coming up, we're going to hear the bull case from Maria Waitman, head of equity research at State Street Global Markets. After we talk to Mike Wilson, the noted bear, we'll see what a bull has to say. This is Bloomberg.
Liquidity is the lifeblood of an airline. We make very conservative decision making about when we raise funding and how we raise funding. We try to diversify our sources, and we're always very focused on the actual rates. And we like to build in flexibility in these financing structures so that we have an opportunity to prepay debt when appropriate, so that we can continue to optimize the overarching rates that we're paying.
What have you learned with the dynamic move of the interest rates that we've seen from Chairman Powell? I mean, do you go fixed structure or floating structure, much more like what they do in Europe?
Yes and yes. We have a mix currently. It's a little bit of a different model than what I was used to in the public company space. Say in some ways we've provided ourselves with a natural hedge, leaving some of our debt floating and some fixed.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, but we also have to be nimble around that as well because things change by the day. I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. They may not be a buyer at this point, but I do want to spend a lot of time in front of that other set that is a buyer at this point. They're interested. They want to be an early adopter of the stock. They're interested in the story.
Just about 25 seconds until the opening bell here in New York City. We had yet again record highs in stocks on Friday, the 34th record high this year for the S&P 500 as the AI trade continues to fuel rallies. Meanwhile, calm has returned to European markets. A little bit of a worry yesterday that the far left winning in France would push deficits higher, but now it seems that the center can get a hold of things. In terms of what we see here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, Smurfit Westrock ringing the opening bell. Tony Smurfit, the CEO, is going to join us in just a moment after changing his listing from London to New York. So we got an Irishman here in New York. On the NASDAQ, we saw the U.S. soccer team ringing the bell, at least a couple players there. In terms of the futures, they are higher on the S&P right now, just about 0.1%. But every little helps. NASDAQ futures unchanged right now, and Russell 2000 futures really off to the races, up almost 1% on the small caps. Let's get over to Katie right now with some of the stocks to watch. Katie?
Well, one stock to watch at the opening bell, we have Morphic. Eli Lilly agreeing to buy the U.S. gut drug maker Morphic for about $3.2 billion. Of course, this is a core area for Eli Lilly. The CEO, Dave Ricks, he's promised more early-stage deals to acquire new technologies. You look at how it's playing out, of course, in the first few seconds of trading. You can see Morphic up about 75%. And Eli Lilly, even though you typically see the acquirer fall, it's holding in there, up about 0.2% right now, Shonali.
I'm also keeping an eye, Katie, on Tesla because the EV maker is poised to snap an 8-session winning streak. Remember, just on Friday, you saw Tesla slip into green territory, finally for the year, but you're seeing it down now about 1.4% on the day. Let's see if it holds, Matt.
All right, and Paramount, it's the end of the Redstone era as the media giant inks a deal with Skydance Media. It ends one of the messiest and most dramatic deals in recent history. For a closer look at Paramount, let's go over to Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Abby, what do you got?
It really is pretty amazing. Deal on, deal off, and now the deal is official. But on this, we actually have the shares of Paramount at this point down about 1%. But this, of course, follows months of very complicated deal making because David Ellison's Skydance has agreed to buy Paramount. They've been trying to do that for a while. So I should actually say Sherry Redstone has agreed to sell her family's National Amusements, which has a controlling stake in the shares of Paramount, really holding up that $8 billion deal. In fact, if we take a look at the voting picture for the Paramount shares, just that little sliver there, that orange sliver, that controls, so about 600 billion controls, 600 million of the stock voting shares, controls all of Paramount. She agreed to sell it for $2.4 billion. And now that they have agreed agreed, David Ellison and a partner have agreed to buy Paramount, or National Amusements, I should say, that has this controlling stake in Paramount for $8 billion. There's hope that maybe MTV and CBS will be regenerated. But not everybody is surprised by this, Matt, because again, it has been months of deal on, deal off, various deals. In fact, if we take a look at the stock over the last 12 days, we will see that even though the deal between David Ellison and Sherry Redstone broke down a few weeks ago, the stock up sharply over this time period, suggesting, well, some people not so surprised today. That could be, Katie, why the stock is down just a little bit today.
All right, Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much for that wrap up. And let's broaden out the conversation now to the wider stock market, because joining us now, I'm pleased to say, we have Maria Waitman. She is head of equity research over at State Street Global Markets. And we were talking to Mike Wilson just a couple of minutes ago, and he told us that he wouldn't be surprised to see a 10% correction to the downside between now and, of course, the November elections. Does that seem plausible by your math?
First of all, hello. Very good to be on the program. I would not be surprised to see some decline in S&P X technology. So that's where we're seeing weakness. That's where earnings are slowing. That's where kind of all the Fed and other central banks' effort to tighten policy are bearing fruit. However, we are still very, very optimistic about technology sector. We see earnings being strong. We see margins being resilient. And that's really giving the strength to the market. And one lesson we learned last year was that if tech is going up, the whole market is going up. So I think S&P X Tech, lots of concern for the whole market. Tech sector is going to support it.
Are these tech companies, Maria, these, Magnificent Seven, are they defensive stocks? Does it matter to them what the Fed does with rates? Does it matter to them if all the economic surprises come to the downside?
Yeah, and I think that's a really, really good point. And I think that's what AI has done for technology sector, AI excitement done for technology sector. We continue to see quite a strong revenue growth in technology sector because companies outside tech are really trying to figure out how to benefit, how to make money in with AI. And there are still continued investment in that theme. We're yet to see where the money ends. Is it software? Is it hardware? Is it chips? Is it something else, but money coming from outside tech into tech, and that's supporting the sector overall.
If we look at the concentration, like the breadth, Maria, that we've seen in this market, every time we have a big rally, we sometimes see only 150 or even fewer companies rising. Does that worry you that the breadth is so light?
I think it would worry me if there was just breadth in performance, but like lack of breadth in performance. But what we see, there is lack of breadth in earnings as well. So those technology companies are pretty much the only place where we see strong earnings growth, resilient margins. So what is happening in the market and actually quite sensible. So investors are going for sectors, for stocks with better underlying fundamentals, which makes a lot of sense if you think that overall economic growth is slowing. So you should go into those quality companies.
But you like then individual stocks and you don't have a bullish view on the broader market?
But I think that's the trick, because those companies we like in technology sectors, they are really so big. So they probably going to pull the whole market kind of with them, pull them higher. But I would very much, I would not at all expect the kind of the rally broadening to like small caps or value or cyclicals. That's not what we're saying. We're saying tech is strong. It will continue to be strong. There is momentum behind it, and it will pull the whole market.
Even if you believe that it could pull the market forward, do you get concerned, Maria, about valuations here? You think about just NVIDIA alone, finally getting some dispersion from the analyst community here. New Street Research with a downgrade, still they're an outlier. They're back on the rebound today after you saw UBS upgrade. Where do you stand in the valuation story?
I mean, no doubt that technology stocks are expensive. Well, they're trading at a premium to kind of historical multiples. But I think what matters at the current stage of the cycle, when earnings overall are slowing, economy is kind of getting weaker, and we can debate soft, hard landing, but it's getting weaker. You have to go and buy quality. You have to go and buy a better earnings story, more resilient margins. And oftentimes it's an expense of higher valuation. And that's what investors are doing. Investors do have large position in tech, and we see them adding to them.
And really quickly, before we let you go, I mean, you talk about the fundamentals here, and you think about the fact that we're skating into another earnings season. What's the most important metric that you're keeping an eye on? It seems like valuations maybe not the thing to look at, but for example, I've heard more of an increasing focus on cash flows, for example.
I mean, cash flows, super important. And again, tech is by far in a way the best performing sector. I'm very curious to look at corporate guidance. So we know that consensus expectations are for reacceleration of earnings growth in the second half of the year. And so far we heard from a few companies like Nike, FedEx. None of them are actually that optimistic. So to me, that would be interesting to see whether this consensus of reacceleration earnings growth in the second half can hold. And I'm a bit skeptical there.
Maria, great to get some time with you. Thanks so much for joining us on opening day. Maria Waitman there, head of equity research over at State Street Global Markets. Coming up, we're going to speak to one of the leaders behind the world's largest hedge fund. Greg Jensen, co-CIO at Bridgewater Associates, joins us. We're going to talk to him, obviously, about markets, also about politics, but especially about AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. This is Bloomberg.
The names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
You know, with all due respect and thoughts and empathy and sympathy for the people who are suffering at the moment, and there are plenty. It's not just Ukraine and Gaza, it's in many other corners of the world as well. But I'm constantly surprised by the level of resilience and the capacity to actually bounce back from those traumas. So I have faith in the human beings and their capacity to respond to adversity. We've seen it. You know, look, earlier in the pandemics, we thought that the world was coming to an end, right? It hasn't. Nobody thought that vaccines would come up in such a short period of time. And every time we have to constantly resurrect this spirit of resilience.
But are you hopeful that
I'm always hopeful. Oh, come on, we have to be. We have to be.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
All right, let's get to our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, we have UBS raising its price target on NVIDIA to $150 and keeping a buy rating on the shares. Now, the analyst cites robust demand for its AI chips, and that follows on Friday a rare downgrade for the chip maker by New Street on valuation concerns. Next up, we have Raymond James upgrading Gilead Sciences to outperform thanks to potential growth in its HIV and liver disease treatments. And finally, we have Guggenheim cutting ServiceNow to a sell. The analyst says that the software company's valuation doesn't match its future risk, Shonali.
And we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk about Bridgewater. The world's largest hedge fund is on the rebound. The Pure Alpha strategy, very highly watched, is up 18% through June after a weak 2023. That's all according to people familiar with the matter. Bridgewater is also plowing into the high-flying world of artificial intelligence. Joining us now to talk about it more is Greg Jensen, the co-chief investment officer at Bridgewater Associates. And Greg, talking about, the performance at Bridgewater has clearly been up double digits this year. What is happening that's going right? What are the bets that you guys made off that you are seeing now play into 2024?
Well, I think Bridgewater can benefit in multiple ways. The basic idea of Pure Alpha is that for over 40 years, we've built up our understanding of how macro developments impact markets. And we continue to improve that process, but there's been so many things, as you guys are talking about here, so many major macro events going on this year that have pressured markets. The fact that the Fed had to tighten slower than it expected to at the beginning of the year, the ripple that had through the fact that U.S. growth has been generally resilient, all of those pressures add up to opportunities for us, and particularly differential pressures across countries. After the tightening cycle was very global, the impact of that tightening cycle across the world has been quite different, creating a tremendous amount of opportunities for a strategy like Pure Alpha.
What do you expect going forward? I was watching last night in preparation a panel you did at Davos, which was back in January. You were skeptical that we'd get 6 cuts this year, and at that time, the market was pricing that in. Now, we're only looking at 2, maybe 1, and yet the market is up 15%. What's driving that, and can it continue going forward?
Yeah, well, when you talk about the equity market, I think the biggest question, right, the thing that reconciles the circle between the interest rate market and the equity market is productivity. Is there going to be a major productivity effect of the new technologies, machine learning, et cetera, coming through? Because you need it, really, to reconcile the level of the stock market. The expectation for earnings going forward are quite high. At the same time, the expectation in the interest rate market is that the central bank will be able to cut rates, that services inflation will continue to come down. So you need this kind of perfect situation of earnings staying strong, demand staying strong enough to make those earnings strong without keeping inflation above the Fed's target. How do you get there? You've got to get there through higher productivity. So that's the big question, is how much productivity, when will it occur? Because to reconcile the markets, you need a pretty big jump in productivity to allow higher earnings and lower inflation.
Well, I definitely want to get to machine learning, but before we do that, let's wrap in Fed risk and political risk into one question, because I was reading a note from Goldman saying that the risk of Trump being reelected and putting in place some of those tariffs that he's talked about, it could lead to 5 extra Fed hikes, so not talking about cuts there. And when you think about all the known unknowns that are out there, especially as it relates to politics right now, are you hedging for any risk of something like that scenario playing out?
Yeah, I think you have to be really thoughtful because there's so much political risk going on. And the shift generally you're seeing across the world is kind of dissatisfaction with the people in power, populism in many cases continuing to be on the rise. And a Trump versus Biden or Trump versus whoever the Democratic nominee ends up being is very significant change in policy. One of the more significant elections. It'll probably happen very quickly, just like there was the significant corporate tax cut when Trump came in before. He's coming in ready with tariffs. That's the big first thing. The second thing will be the continuation of the tax cuts. All of this move towards populism is pointing towards a continuation of more government deficits, probably more inflation, tariffs, at least in the short run and probably in the long run. Our view would be that they're inflationary. And a Trump presidency, the thing that we'd kind of most be concerned about is the long end of the rate curve. Probably bond yields, Fed, they'll try to get an easy Fed in and probably have the most significant challenges on the long end of the yield curve in terms of bonds. But those policy changes are going to be significant. And if you look at basically just understanding global macroeconomics today versus 25 years ago, understanding government interaction with markets has become so critical.
How do you then position, if you believe inflation is in the future, do you go short the long end of the curve, and do you do it significantly?
Well, we try to take a diversified set of positions so that no one position can be too dominant in our portfolio. But it's tricky, right? The long end of the yield curve, a lot's going to depend on politics, right? And a lot's going to depend on how unified the government is. Will Trump be able to get everything he wants, or if the Democrats are elected, will they be able to get everything they want? Divided government will generally be good for bonds, and a unified government, one way or the other, Republican or Democrat, would probably be bad. Anytime these governments are unified right now, you're seeing movements towards populism, movements toward bigger deficit spending, and we think that's the more likely outcome, is that you continue down that path, but there's a lot of change along the way. And in the short run, what's going to matter is Fed policy, and is the Fed constrained? We think the Fed's itching to ease. They want to essentially have the stats come in a way that allows them to, and we're close to that. They probably
need to, right? With $100 billion plus of debt servicing costs every month, we need rates to be lower. At what point does, and I know we want to get to AI and machine learning, I want to get there as well, but at what point does this massive debt and the servicing costs really start to become a problem for, the 10-year yield or the strength of the dollar?
Well, and that's what I think we're going to find out, right? What you can see right now is there's not much risk premium in long-duration bonds. There hasn't been a problem. That doesn't mean there won't be, right? And I think the main thing I'd say is the destiny here is that governments are going to push until we hit the limits, right? You see that in countries like Brazil or whatever, where they're at the point where fiscal spending hits the limits. You saw that for a brief moment in 2022 with the UK.
The Liz Truss moment.
Yeah, Liz Truss moment. But in the US, you're still probably a ways away. But I think the destiny of it, because of the populism and sort of the amount of things that need to be fixed in the US, the likelihood is we find that. Now, I would guess that's a couple years away, but that we'll continue to press in the direction until we find the limit, that easing fiscally will continue to be the path until that limit is hit.
Until the bond vigilantes come back.
Yeah, and it won't be, speculators are too small relative to what's going on. It's really the Fed and and generally the size of that issuance. And so what is going to be the limit is inflation. Mm-hmm. If there's no inflation problem, there won't be a problem for bonds. It won't come from anything other than inflation currency problem.
I want to talk about something people are really excited about. That's artificial intelligence. Greg, we recently reported that just about exactly a week ago, Bridgewater started its own AI strategy in a new format here, in a new fund format. But also, you were an early investor in OpenAI, in Anthropic. How do you think about investing in AI at Bridgewater? Do you buy into those high-flying names, or are you better off doing it in the private names personally, given where valuations are today?
Yeah, well, I'd say when we think about it from a pure alpha perspective, most of what we built up at Bridgewater is an expert system based on everything we've learned over the 40 years, mainly on how economic cycles work. And big productivity miracles are pretty separate from economic cycles. So when you look at what we're doing in pure alpha, we're generally trying to make sure we don't have too much exposure to whether the productivity miracle works out or not. So when we trade U.S. equities, we trade them kind of with AI hedged, because the pressures, the normal cyclical pressures will play out on the regular companies. And when you look at U.S. stocks, it's kind of the regular companies that we'd say are pretty expensive relative to the rest of the world. Mediocre companies in the U.S. have a U.S. premium in them relative to the rest of the world. Now, the great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story. And it's very different than 1999, 2000. I've been at Bridgewater for 29 years and having lived through 99, 2000. That bubble was all about future expectations. Most of what's priced into equities today actually would say are based on what's happening right now. I mean, what's happening with NVIDIA's demand is incredible, and whether it's slightly overpriced or slightly underpriced or whatever, it's a close call. This is not like the 99 bubble, at least in my view, because the earnings for those companies are actually there in a way they weren't there for a company like Cisco in 1999. So there is a big difference. Now, you still need those earnings to be sustainable, which requires a continued growth in those areas, but not an outlandish one. And that really comes to what internally. So we need to understand AI from a macro perspective, and then we need to understand it as a user, a micro perspective, right? That in our IA Labs, which is 25 people we set aside at Bridgewater, fully focused on using machine learning for everything you need to do to invest in markets. That group, we're hands-on. We see both the problems. There are many problems. The language models off the shelf have many problems with them. But if you can combine them with data models, you can create this incredible strength. And right now, I expect over the next 5 years, so much of what human investors and analysts can do can be better done with machine intelligence. And that's been a journey for me. I've been looking at this for, Bridgewater's built an expert system based on human intuition being translated into algorithms.
Right.
For AI, having machine learning generate the ideas, generate the algorithms. That's been kind of a dream for me. And the technologies really came together in 2022 or so, that the pieces came together such that I thought we were ready to build an artificial investor, and we've moved down that track at rapid rate.
Greg, thank you so much for giving us a preview on this new strategy over at Bridgewater. And of course, the view of a very complicated markets. Of course, that is Greg Jensen, CIO at Bridgewater Associates, co-CIO. Now, coming up next, the market moving events you need to be watching this week. There are a lot of them. That's next in our trading diary, coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Let's get to the trading diary, what you need to be watching this week. We get the New York Fed inflation expectations at 11 a.m. today. Powell will deliver his semi-annual testimony on Capitol Hill starting tomorrow and go further with that on Wednesday. On Thursday, we get CPI, so more inflation data. And then on Friday, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Citi will kick off earnings season. We're here to cover it all for you. Coming up in the next hour, investment guru Howard Marks of Oaktree Capital. And in today's C-Suite Conversations, Anthony Smurfett, the CEO of Smurfett Westrock, joins us, one of the world's largest packaging companies, plus the CEO of Lambo. This is Bloomberg.
the linear business is not going anywhere. The sports business is moving and is going to figure itself out between digital and linear. It's an unbelievably healthy market. They all have to be in it. They all want to be, every single one of the players want to be in it because of the audience. We have two assets in the sports business that don't have are year-long, don't have a season. I don't believe prices are going down. You're going to figure out the bifurcation of the rights and give things up, not give things up.
How long do you think it is before Netflix actually jumps into sports?
You know, they're in sports right now, but they just do the shoulder programming.
Yeah.
I think their point of view, and you'll ask Ted tomorrow, is we build up we don't want to be in the bidding of rights and then not have any long tail. So I'm not sure. They did bid on Formula One, but ESPN got it. So I think that was a smaller package, meaning smaller economics. So we'll see.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
It was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are also streaming live that video thing on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Coming up, we're going to start off the show strong. We had a sense of what's going on with the equity markets with Abigail Doolittle. She'll be in studio giving us the latest on the markets. And then we're going to join Bloomberg Television, a simulcast. Bloomberg Shanali Bassick, Katie Greifeld, and Matt Miller. They are speaking with Oak Tree Capital co-founder Howard Marks. So we'll bring that to you. Shelby McFadden is going to join us, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management, to get her thoughts on these markets. And then Sean O'Hara, Pacer ETFs. I want to know where the money's going. Is it still going to that spot Bitcoin ETFs? Where's the smart ETF money going with the latest there? But first, let's kick everything off with our good friend John Tucker.
All right, Paul and Alex, last week we saw the best week of gains for the S&P 500 since April, and we're building on that this morning, adding to the records that we set on Friday. The S&P 500, 8 of the 11 major industry groups are marching higher. And we also have a record right now for the NASDAQ as well. But Sam Stovall at CFRA among those worried about the lack of market breadth and also the high valuations. Right now, the S&P 500 is 10 points higher. That's up 0.2% at 55.77. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 242 points. That's a rise of 0.6%, 39,617. And the Nasdaq 100, that has just turned lower, down 2 points. As far as treasuries, the 2-year yield up 1 basis point. That is at 4.61, and the 10-year that was unchanged at 4.27. We've been saying this all morning, busy week. You have Jerome Powell. He's going to start to deliver the, what do we call it? We used to call it the Humphrey Hawkins testimony, the semi-annual testimony to Congress. That starts tomorrow, wraps up Wednesday. Thursday, CPI and that's followed by the PPI, and of course, earnings kick off this week, Thursday, and then we get the major banks on Friday. So a lot to chew on for investors this week, and we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, thank you so much, John Tucker. I have to wonder this week, is it going to be the economic data / Powell? Right. Is it going to be just how do we hedge any election risk, or is it going to be those earnings? Like, what's going to actually be the mover?
There's a lot, and President Biden out today with another statement saying, "I'm not going anywhere."
A statement? He was on MSNBC. He called in. I mean, that was the debate that people wanted him to actually have. Granted,
so
he had it
I
over
guess
the phone.
That's how that's going to play out.
And how did he fare while talking to MSNBC?
I mean, being a seasoned political analyst that I am.
Well, did he stumble?
Not at all. He was on fire. He was cogent. He did exactly what he should have done. He made like very short sentences, lots of passion, and just trashed President Trump. Like that's what I think everyone was looking for him to do during the debate. He took responsibility for his debate actions, but he was also calling into MSNBC.
Right,
like he's not calling into Fox News. You know what I mean?
I'm not a trained journalist, unlike everybody else in this room here, but when the New York Times went negative on Biden, from an editorial perspective, the next day their reporting coverage shifted. The next day. They started highlighting all the negatives and all the stuff all the problems. And I was like, wow, really?
As in just that the high-up editorial drives so much of the reporting, you mean?
I guess, but man, that was not a good look from my perspective. But there
anyway,
you go.
It was a very interesting phone-in,
Okay,
very much like President Trump did with Fox. All right, let's get some market movers here on this record high day when there's not that much happening. That sums it up for you. Abigail Doolittle is joining us. Paramount, though, that's a something.
It is a something, and
finally,
it's interesting because stock investors are sort of giving it wah, wah. It's down 4% now after a deal has finally been announced that Sherry Redstone has agreed to sell National Amusements, which owns basically has an 80% controlling voting stake of Paramount, to David Ellison Skydance, and they are buying it. David Ellison Skydance and his partner, capital partner, I think Red Bird Partner Capital, for $8 billion. So, there's been just so many deals through the last couple of months, but even over the last couple of years for different pieces of this company. The stock, interestingly, up about 10% or more from its 1990 IPO, but down more than 85% from its 2021 peak. So
that's it for the Redstone family.
It is. It's kind of amazing. After 40 years, her father and her, this, entertainment mogul family, CBS back in the heyday, MTV, and yes, gone.
CBS. I mean, in my 20 years covering the media industry from a banking perspective, I probably pitched Paramount or National Amusement stake no less than 20 times.
Really? And how many years ago was that? So this has just been an ongoing...
No, that's what you do. You make pitch books and you get on the road and you go. I wouldn't even have picked up the phone to call anybody in this group. I just wouldn't have done it.
It just doesn't make sense to you.
None of them are credible. None of them are real, and that's why the stock's trading down. If I'm a Paramount shareholder, what's this guy?
So you think that they're not going to be able to turn it around? This is going to be more of the same.
Do you know what a producer of a movie is? Nothing. They just write the money and make sure that the director's hired, the script's there, and this,
So he's going to need to hire a good person to take over.
See. But that's why the stock's down.
Let's see what happens.
As you said, wah-wah. Okay, what else we got?
So right now, as John Tucker...
The next story I like.
What's that?
I like your Lilly story. That's interesting.
Yeah, Eli Lilly is interesting, and we have, let's see at this point, Morphic. Let's see how much it is up. Last time I looked, it was up 76%. So Eli Lilly is buying, 75% is buying Morphic for $3.2 billion in cash. It's essentially for one of their IBD drug, calling it a gut drug. It's a good outcome. Many analysts are saying investors loving it. Again, up 75% on the one day. And just to take a quick look at Morphic's market cap, $2.8 billion. So it's small, but still it's not as though it was, tiny.
Good.
Yeah, really interesting stuff. Abigail, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so very much. There's no stuff that we're watching for sure. Today, we're looking forward to earnings that are going to be kicking off later in the week, right? John Tucker was talking about CPI on Thursday, 2 days of Powell. I mean, there's a lot to kind of get through at the end of the day. And even the sector spin are quite interesting as well today. All right, let's get to Howard Marks. Oak Tree Capital co-founder, interviewed by Katie Greifeld, Matt Miller, Sonali Basak. Let's check in right now.
in our Bloomberg television and radio audiences because, of course, as we've been talking about, that mounting concern about how big government spending has going to create this issue here to markets, potentially upending them, making the job more challenging for central banks. Of course, as Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, has 2 days of testimony ahead in Congress, all in the middle of a weakening labor market here in the United States. It's the perfect storm. We are now joined by Oaktree Capital Management co-founder and co-chairman Howard Marks to talk all about it. We've been talking about the fiscal issues, right? We've been talking about the monetary conundrum that's been happening for now well over a year for the Fed chair. If you think about the potential for fiscal to really upend how investors think these days, how much is the government debt loads in the U.S. and abroad really changing the calculus?
Well, look, Sonali, I think it's unfortunate that the U.S. behaves like a country that has a credit card with no credit limit where the bill never comes. I mean, nobody can think that's a good idea. You would think that there has to be a point at which our debt or our deficits become too much, reckoned as a percentage of GDP, usually. Nobody will tell you that point doesn't exist. Nobody will tell you where it is. Nobody's exercising fiscal discipline in Washington these days. Last year we had a deficit in the trillions in a period of prosperity. Not supposed to happen. All very unfortunate, but A, nobody can tell you when it becomes a problem, and B, nobody can tell you what to do about it. You can't eliminate the U.S. from your portfolios. People who've said to do that in past years are now looking pretty bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you had followed that advice, you'd be in a world of hurt right now in terms of relative performance. And you said that no one can tell you where that point is, but that's exactly what I'm going to ask you. Where do you think that point is? Is it something that we're approaching if you don't want to exactly pinpoint it?
I don't want to exactly pinpoint it. I want to say that I'm among the people who can't tell you where it is.
Fair enough.
One of the many.
Yeah, I think every time I come on on Bloomberg, I quote Mark Twain, who said, "It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for certain that just ain't true." I certainly don't know.
I wonder what kind of opportunities you're finding. I'm always interested on the distress side about how sort of target-rich the environment is. I think that says a lot about our economy. All the economic surprises that we see are to the downside lately, and rates remain high. Does that make this interesting for you?
Well, I think it is interesting. I mean, we went through a really slow period from '09 when the Fed took the Fed funds rate to 0 to stimulate the economy, to 21 when they decided to lift it to fight inflation. And in that 13-year period, there was very little distress because it was a very benign environment for companies. Now, as you note, interest rates are higher. That gives us more of an opportunity. And importantly, there were a lot of leveraged transactions done in the period I described, where companies were burdened with capital structures, debt structures, that did not anticipate a 500 basis point or 400 basis point increase in rates. So, to put it in short, it was a great time to be a borrower because rates came down and business was prosperous. But right now, and I think going into the future, leveraged companies will not be able to renew their leverage as easily, and the cost of doing so will be higher. So that gives us better opportunities than we've been seeing. And, just to put it in brief for your listeners, 6 years ago, you had an idea, you went into the bank, you described it, they said, fine, we'll give you $900 million at 5%. Now it's time to renew your debt. You go in, you describe it again, and they say, good, we'll give you $500 million at 9%.
Yeah.
Where do you think most of that pain is going to come? Because there's the private equity universe that's clearly grappling with that refinancing pain. There's the commercial real estate market. And equity investors seem to be ignoring any leverage that might be under the system still. What should they be watching out for?
Well, clearly, So now it'll be in highly levered situations, and you name two of them, private equity and real estate. Leverage, the use of debt to amplify your returns, it has been the lifeblood of these two asset classes, and they've done extremely well as a result. It was very, very salutary for them, but that's where the pain will come in the future. You know, you can't increase a company's debt service cost markedly without affecting its returns. And in certain sectors of the real estate world, mainly retail and office, there are fundamental questions. So you put that together, we think you'll see some disruption, which will give us and people like us opportunity. You know, this has been a really tough period for lenders, which is what we are, and a really tough period for bargain hunters.
Right. Well, I want to talk a bit more about the business of lending and what's going on in the private credit industry. Of course, a month or two ago, we saw Pluralsight, backed by Vista, basically transfer its assets into a different subsidiary to obtain more financing from its sponsor. That's become a little bit of a battle cry. You see lenders basically asking for Pluralsight protection right now. I won't ask you specifically about what happened with that episode, but how do you see this evolving in the industry? Do you think that we're going to see more creditor-on-creditor violence, as some have been calling it?
Well, you know, people tend to do what they can to enhance their position financially. Most people will stick to what they can do legally. Some people will stick to what they can do ethically. There's some question about what that means. But you know, people, if there's an opening, people will take it for the most part. And there is an opening for what you call creditor-on-creditor violence. That is proactive efforts to enhance your situation financially at the expense of somebody else. And the important point is that it's up to lenders to study the documentation well enough to prevent it. That's it.
Are you active in office space right now? Because it seems like the perfect storm for anybody who has the financing. We talked to Igal Namdar, a real estate investor, a couple of days ago, who is getting like 70% off really big, important office buildings in New York, the capital of the world. Like, how can that not come back?
Well, the question, Matt, is very simple. Let's say you're getting 70 off. Is that enough? And you know, the mere fact that the price of something is down doesn't make it a buy. It has to be that the price is down more than it should be, given the fundamentals. And, you know, I think it's going to be up to the experts, people who've made their life in that world and with success, to make that assessment. You know, I think that if there is a bunch of real estate funds formed this year, somebody who puts all their money into office, and somebody who puts none of their money into office, one of them will be the best performer. I just don't know which one.
You know, if you have these struggles that are still under the surface, we are just about, 5 days away, really, from bank earnings. And the question is we enter this era where they're about to meet new capital rules as well. Are there still just tremendous stresses under the system that people are not noticing?
Well, it's the small to mid-sized banks, the community and regional banks that are heavily weighted toward real estate loans. The biggest banks, over $250 billion in assets, don't have much of a concentration. They're not at risk. But some of the smaller banks, you know, I think on average the banks under $250 billion in assets, loans on real estate make up 160% of their regulatory capital. So some of them will find pain, especially the ones who lent above average and concentrated in regions that are troubled and so forth. So, you know, I don't think it's a systemic risk that's going to put us in the sink, but I do think that you'll see some companies in trouble. And, you know, one by one, the authorities may have to bail them out and may well do so.
All right, Howard, unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Great to have you, of course, on our launch day. Our big thanks, of course, to Howard Marks. He is the co-founder and co-chairman of Oaktree Capital.
You've been listening to Howard Marks, Oak Tree Capital co-founder, along with Shelley Bassett, Kitty Greifeld, and Matt Miller. They launched their new show today, Open Interest, that airs from 9 to 11. A great lineup of guests. They're also going to drill down to some company stories and CEOs and really get the beat on the markets there. We got the beat on the markets for you, but for that, we go to John Tucker. John?
All right, records on NASDAQ, S&P 500 adding to last week records. So if the S&P 500 finishes the day higher, it's going to be the 35th record this year. Then, of course, a big week. Earnings season starts this week. Analyst upgrades to profit estimates have outnumbered downgrades going into the second quarter reporting season. In addition to that, you have the Fed Chair, Jerome Powell. He begins the Humphrey Hawkins testimony, what we used to call Humphrey Hawkins. That begins tomorrow. That'll wrap up on Wednesday. And then, inflation data this week as well, with the CPI followed by the PPI. Meantime, Sam Stovall at CFRA, among those worried about the lack of market breadth and the high stock valuations.
We do need to experience a resetting of the dials for me to feel that this bull market is not at risk. And who knows how long this will continue until we do get that reset.
The S&P 500 right now 10 points higher. That's up 0.2% at 55.77. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 181 points. That's a rise of 0.5%. We're at 39,556. And the NASDAQ right now, that's up 28 points. That's up 0.2%, 18,378. And as far as treasuries, the 2-year yield, which is more policy reactive, up 1 basis point. That is at 4.61. The 10-year, that was unchanged at 4.27. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. A lot of folks are getting concerned about this marketplace, this equity market. It's been higher. There's some valuation concerns. There's headwinds about when or if this Fed is going to cut rates. There's concentration risk, which probably ranks pretty highly with me. Let's check in with a professional and see how they're thinking about it. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst, Motley Fool Asset Management, joining us from via Zoom from Alexandria, Virginia. Shelby, how concerned are you about this marketplace? How do you feel about this market? Are you confident that this equity market can continue to move higher? Where are you these days?
You know, I would say the sort of confidence and concern is sort of a two-pronged issue, right? So the confidence, who can say, right? We all kind of wish we had a crystal ball, especially as active managers. But the sort of confidence, I would say, is rooted in the fact that this is the precise sort of market where you can sort of find those opportunities. They may not necessarily pay the dividend right away. And that sort of goes to the issue of concentration that you had mentioned in the introduction, where, you know, we're having to look for those winners, those diamonds in the rough that may not be sort of paying off right now. But when that return of breadth comes back, that's when we sort of get to see the fruits of our labor. That is right there, the crux of active management. So valuations, they're rich. That can be concerning. It's never exciting to have to sit and wait for that golden opportunity that we've been watching out for. But it absolutely pays off in the end, and that's why we stick to that high-quality strategy.
Do you care about breadth? Do you care about the 1,700 stats that I read today about how, you know, the top 7 stocks reported X amount of the gain in the S&P so far this year? I say it glibly because I feel like we've been talking about this for like 9 months. So how much do you care about that now?
I would say that breadth does still matter to us. And I even say that given the fact that we have what are considered more concentrated portfolios. So you may be thinking, how does that even make sense? It makes sense in the concept, in the realm that compared to the S&P, compared to what we consider the broad market, we are more concerned with finding opportunities that are not necessarily just all concentrated in one space. So when we do look at our active ETFs, they're not always going to reflect the main stocks that are moving the market. There are going to be some more sort of niche concepts in there that underlie some of the main processes that keep our economy going. So when we look from a portfolio management perspective, breadth is increasingly important to us.
Shelby, how do you think about earnings season? We're going to kick it off Thursday with some of the airlines, and then, of course, the big banks kicking off on Friday. What are you looking for this quarter?
I would say going into early earnings season, we're not expecting anything too earth-shaking from the big banks. For the most part, they've already gotten all of their shakeouts going. We might hear about a little bit of M&A activity and, mainly following the regionals after the big banks. As we go further into earnings season, I think one of the key things that we're looking out for is going to be back office spend, those sorts of budgets on any sort of CRM technology, advertising, all of those sorts of software platforms that made a lot of revenue in the past couple of years. So we're looking to see where corporate budgets are going, but also in the retail space. How is the consumer holding up? The summer is a little bit more dry in terms of promotional activity around holidays. You've got Memorial Day, 4th, Labor Day. So there's a lot of those really big chunks of weeks where there's not as much promotional activity. And that's where we're going to get a truer sense of how the consumer is doing. So we'll be having a good look out for that sort of Easter to end of Q2 chunk.
For the back of the office spend, are you watching specifically like if that budget grows or just that budget stays versus shrinks, or like where it's going to actually be going and how the money is diverted?
It's a sort of all of the above, right? Because that's all going to tell us a different story. So if it is shrinking, that starts to tell us that potentially companies are in a spot where they're so concerned about their coffers that they are now less concerned about efficiency. We think that's a little bit less likely because when you've got shareholders, you tend to need to focus on efficiency. So we're sort of looking for that stable to growing. For a number of companies, their own sort of projections are depending on a return to growth. So a return of companies' desires to have more efficiency. So if I had to put money on it, I would probably say we're expecting to see on the whole flat to growth in that area.
Shelby, earlier today we were speaking with the head economist at MasterCard to get a sense of kind of how the consumer is behaving.
Michelle Meyer?
Yes.
Love her.
Yeah, excellent.
We love you too, Shelby.
And she's saying just the data that they see, the consumer is still spending and the consumer looks pretty healthy. How do you think about it?
It's interesting because some of the recent pieces that I've read have pointed to the fact that there's a big cohort of millennials and older Gen Z, that are coming into the stage of their lives where they have to purchase certain necessities. The amount of money in life that they spend is just growing because it has to. And then when you put on top of that the sort of economy that we're in, where things are more inflationary, we know that we're fighting that right now. You smush those two things together, and we get a picture that looks like a very healthy consumer on the top, the superficial most level. And as we sort of drill down, we see a sort of obligation to spend. When we look at the fact that retailers of things like shoes are broadly pretty weak right now. And so we think about the fact that people are not wanting to pick up those little things in the store, those little articles of clothing, extra pairs of socks, things like that you used to kind of use to comfort yourself. You drill down to that, you realize a lot of the spending is not so discretionary. And so it's healthy in the sense that money is being spent. But the discretionary spend, not as much. So I think we have to really drill down to see what the consumer's feeling.
How do you play it?
I think the way to play it is, one, as you mentioned, there's a way to play it with MasterCard, which is they're a toll taker. So you go ahead and just frankly take advantage of the fact that cards are going to be swiped. Another way to play it is taking the premium end of the consumer. So when we think about companies like Costco, they're offering value, but they're offering really sticky value in the way that they're a little bit higher on the income schedule. Another way to play it is Amazon. You look at the fact that they are retail, they've got a strong retail base, and then they've also got their AWS space. So they really rooted themselves pretty deeply in convenience for both corporate and consumer. So I think it really comes down to, one, companies that have deeply rooted themselves across the cycle, and two, premiumization, and three, toll takers.
So I see on your list you've got Costco there. So that kind of, to me, says you have, kind of a fairly constructive call on the consumer. What's the feeling behind your Costco name?
Well, one of the things we love about the Costco business and why it's in TMFC and a number of our portfolios is that they really generate sort of annuity type structure. Their primary earnings are really, or their most stable earnings, I should say, are coming from those memberships. And they've really figured out a perfect timing on those membership increases in such a way that it's almost gentle to the customer. They've established a relationship, and so when it comes, people aren't really, running for the fences. And then on top of that, they've got the best cost position in the industry. So we have actually seen over the past 18 months or so, when we listen in for the calls, they lower prices when they can. And I'll even say anecdotally, when I go to Costco, I have pointed out to my husband and said, that's lower than it was a quarter ago. So they are holding up on those promises, and being able to do that is really, really important. And being able to capture the consumer who can afford that executive membership further solidifies their place in their peer market.
You also like Amazon, but that's less of a retail play, right? That's more of a cloud play?
A bit, yes. So we do know that they've sort of solidified that position in retail. But the cloud play is right now, in terms of valuation, of course, what's really most sensitive for them. And that's also where, at this point, our thesis is sort of tipping towards. So the additional growth that we are hinging any sort of investment on for Amazon comes from the cloud space rather than retail. And so that's what we're predominantly looking out for. We're looking for operational leverage there, as well as continuing to solidify their reputation and continue with innovation. So retail is always going to be a little bit wobbly in terms of, any sort of regulations that are coming, things like that. But on the whole, it does seem like the balance between what they do for the consumer and their competitive position seems to be sort of leveling out. So really the thesis hinges on AWS.
Hey, Shelby, who is a typical investor or customer of Motley Fool Asset Management?
Yeah, I would say a typical investor would be someone that is looking to access high growth names in, of course, global, but primarily U.S. markets, but looking to do so by stepping outside of the concentration of the U.S. market. So even though the portfolio itself, an average portfolio for us is going to be 15 to 30 stocks, it's someone who's looking to beat the market over the long term, over 10 to 15 years, go ahead and build that wealth. By making choices outside of the sort of status quo. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we're just choosing really, really niche sectors that no one's heard of, but we are looking for those high quality companies that are going to focus on cash flow and be a bit more resilient to the cycle, and therefore focusing really on upside capture especially.
So then to that point, do you not care who wins the White House in November? That could definitely influence policy, particularly when it comes to climate and environmental laws. But in general, are you able to look through that, or how do you manage it?
I would say in the short term, it's not something that we're integrating into our strategy because it's not something that we have control over. In the long-term view, we understand that there could be some sweeping changes. But we do also know that that legislature will take some time. So we keep our monitors out. We have our various lists and various contacts that we are, in touch with, calls that we will tune into so that we can be on top of things to adjust our models appropriately. So I would say that in terms of our strategy, we have to sort of be a bit agnostic. I don't know that I would say we can care, because that may do a disservice to our investors to say it has to be this for us to succeed. We are determined to make sure that we adjust accordingly with any regulations or policies that change to make sure that we can serve the active investor as best we can.
All right, Shelby, thank you so much for joining us. Shelby McFadden, she's an investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management, joining us from Alexandria, Virginia via Zoom. Alex, I'm looking at WTI crude oil. It's off about 0.5% today, but still, just under $83 per barrel. I'm paying $3.50. That's the national average for gasoline, although I fill up at $3.37 this weekend.
And how many gallons does the new Vespa
The new Vespa, it takes 2 gallons, and I'll go darn near 200 miles on that 2 gallons. So
amazing. Did you already talk about the Vespa on radio?
Just in surveillance.
Okay. So Paul got a Vespa. It's a nice light blue color.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece of machinery.
Yes, and so that was a midlife crisis purchase, to say the least.
If you see him at the shore,
yep.
Stay clear.
He's the guy in the blue Vespa. But interestingly, we have hurricane or tropical storm Beryl hitting Texas, and we're not really seeing any reaction in the overall crude market, which is quite interesting. I was talking to Chuck Watson of Enkey. He does a lot of disaster modeling and stuff, and he was saying that, look, in essence, these companies, whether you're refiners or whether you're an export terminal or whether you have a big platform in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, like you're kind of used to this. And after Hurricane Katrina 20 years ago, everyone kind of upgraded their stuff. So unless something literally breaks, then they should be able to resume. So it's a different world now when it comes to storms. And I
can't imagine being on a rig out in the middle of the Gulf during a big storm.
Well, presumably they're evacuated.
They're evacuated, so you take them off.
Yeah, that's the other problem, though, is how quickly they can come back, and then that sort of might hinder any kind of output, but that's different than a complete catastrophe at the end of the day.
Okay, because that's hitting right in that area of Texas that has all that stuff.
It's the refiners and Freeport export facility for LNG. Those are the two big ones.
Yeah, big one. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Looking at the markets here real quick, S&P 500 up 6 points, the Dow up 140 points. That's about 0.3%. The Nasdaq's up about 24 points. That's 0.1%. Yields steady. 10-year Treasury 4.28%. With our news in New York City, here's Michael Barr.
Thank you very much, Paul. Alex, John, President Joe Biden pledged to follow Democrats, and then he will remain in the 2024 presidential race. He's seeking to quell an intra-party revolt against his campaign. In a letter to Democratic lawmakers released by his campaign, Biden said, quote, "I am firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end and beating Donald Trump." Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policy, said the president delivered the same message in a TV interview Friday night.
He still knows how to give the middle finger to people, and he did that with some force on Friday night because he gave the middle finger to the Democratic donor class and a lot of the political class that all of a sudden decided he's not up to it.
Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. The letter comes as lawmakers return to Washington from a holiday recess for the first time since his debate performance that set off a panic about his mental acuity and ability to defeat Trump in November. Over the weekend, some prominent House Democrats said privately they want Biden to step aside. Beryl has made landfall on the middle Texas coast near Matagorda with a dangerous storm surge and strong winds. The storm center hit land as a Cat 1 hurricane around 4 a.m. today, about 85 miles southwest of Houston, with top sustained winds of just under 80 miles an hour. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo.
No matter where you are in Harris County and in our region, we need you to prepare, and we need you to be ready for the next 24 hours.
Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo, as more than 1 million customers are without power. Officials in Ukraine say a major Russian missile attack has killed at least 28 people and injured almost 100 across the country. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages, they are higher right now, but have paired some of the earlier gains. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, they were hovering right around records that they set last week. Jerome Powell delivering his semi-annual testimony to Congress. That starts tomorrow, and we're looking for signs of more dovish tilt. Thursday, we're going to get the latest inflation read with the Consumer Price Index. A Fed rate cut may only be a few months away, at least that's according to Jeffrey Yu at the Bank of New York Mellon.
The Fed, like most central banks globally, have said they don't need to wait for inflation to seriously undershoot targets before acting. So I think that's where we are right now, and markets are pricing in on course for a September move.
Right now, the best performing stock in the S&P 500, that belongs to the glassware maker Corning after their core sales beat estimates. NVIDIA's target raised at UBS. They cited exceedingly robust demand. Shares of NVIDIA right now, they are up just over 2%. And Eli Lilly agreeing to buy the U.S. gut drug maker Morphic Holding. The price tag there, $3.2 billion. As a result, Morphic Holding shares, they are up 75%. Overall, S&P 500, 5 points higher, 55.72 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 150 points. And the NASDAQ right now is up 10 points, a rise of just under 0.1%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news from business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries worldwide. This Monday, though, we're going to go outside the Bloomberg Intelligence world and take a look at what's going on with ETFs. Joining us now is Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs, has $45 billion assets under management. He joins us from Pennsylvania. So, Sean, we love this topic. Like, who's buying what? Where are the flows? Where are they coming out of? We just ended the second quarter. We're kind of kicking off the back half of the year. What's the setup?
Well, it's the same setup as it's been for the last 6 months to 18 months, and that is that, essentially 5 to 7 stocks are really responsible for all of the performance. So I just read an article this morning that said iShares had one of its biggest net flow periods over 6 months, and I think that's mostly driven by people buying outright the S&P 500. Obviously, the Qs continue to take in a lot of money. The one word of caution I would say, though, is that mostly those ETFs that track those broad indexes are meant to be diversified portfolios. And what's going on today is the opposite of diversification. So although the ETF industry continues to take in almost record flows across the board, in these big, broad market cap-weighted ETFs, I think investors need to be a little bit wary of the exposures. You have like 40-something% of the Qs is 7 names. And so as it goes up, we could just as easily see things come down as people start to view some of these big tech names and these big AI players as more close to fairly valued.
So how concerned are you about this market and the concentration in this market?
Well, I'm a believer in AI. I think you don't have to be all in one way or the other. I think, perhaps from my perspective, I'd rather be a little more balanced. I have exposure to the AI trade in various different forms, but I also have some lower PE, higher quality stuff that, is kicking off nice dividends. And so you can sort of wait and see what happens, and you're less susceptible to a big drawdown. If let's say the Fed decides not to cut, or we get to the third quarter earnings reports and those numbers have now been adjusted higher and higher, and somebody stubs their toe, you could see a big reaction to that. And so one of the things that I think makes sense for people for part of their portfolio is to lower the overall portfolio's PE before the market ultimately does it to them, which it will at some point. The S&P is still trading at 22 to 24 times earnings, and the NASDAQ is over 35 times earnings. And those numbers, although they make us all feel happy as we're riding them up, eventually the market is sort of going to revert back to that mean, and those numbers are somewhere between 20 and 30% above the historical long-term averages. So I think it just makes sense maybe to be a little bit more barbelled as opposed to all in on one trade.
So does that imply then that if you're going to barbell it too, do you need to barbell it across asset classes? We've seen a lot of money continue to flow into bond ETFs. What are you noticing there?
Well, barbelling, for example, you could just as easily buy the equal weighted version of the S&P 500 next to the cap weighted, and that sort of would give you that barbell, right? You'd have more exposure to the bottom half of the S&P 500 and less exposure to the top half. And there's an equal weighted version of the Qs as well. In fixed income land, I think people are, mostly pretty satisfied just sort of sitting in short-term treasuries at 5%. There's been a lot of money going into those types of vehicles. I don't think on the fixed income side that we're doing sort of what we've been doing on the equity side, and that is we're underpricing risk. I mean, spreads are fairly narrow on a historic basis, and so you're not getting paid what you might normally get paid to go out the credit scale, maybe to high-grade corporates or to high yield. And so I think if you can just collect 5% in the short run for that money that you maybe ultimately will deploy, makes a little bit of sense. We're seeing some flows into international and global. I think that's really just a rebalancing trade. The last 5 years have been dominated so much by large cap US that I think investors' portfolios have gotten out of balance a little bit. And so I think people are starting to push more money into global and international. And then we've seen quite a bit of money go into small cap for the same reason that, and that is that, because of this massive performance advantage of large cap US versus everything else, portfolios have gotten out of whack, and I think people are wise to sort of rebalance their portfolios that are more in line with what a longer term objective might dictate.
2024 is an election year. How concerned are you about that from a stability or volatility perspective for markets, and maybe how do you position yourself?
Well, you have two different agendas, right? You have one agenda that, is going to be more government and higher taxes, theoretically. And you have another agenda that's sort of less regulatory oversight and lower taxes. And I think the market will be volatile between now and Election Day as, these candidates surge and fall in the polling. And so it'll be interesting to see. I don't think that now is the time to start really putting on those election type bets into a portfolio because there's so much time between now and November. But I think as we get closer to November and people start to really develop a clear view of who they believe will ultimately win the election, I think investors will start to position portfolios accordingly.
What's the one, before we let you go, what's like a risk that no one's talking about or not a lot of people are talking about that you see in the market right now?
Well, I said what I think is the biggest risk in the market, and that is that we're highly, highly concentrated. And this happens from time to time. It just never lasts. We don't know how long this will last, but it's not going to last for 5 years. It's been almost 2 years worth of this massive imbalance in terms of the weight in portfolios across the broad market indexes. And I think that's one risk that, look, we're human beings, right? And so we get euphoric, and when things are going well and we're making money on investments, we sort of ignore some of the potential pitfalls. And so I think the big risk is that we don't get as an aggressive Fed approach and that we get into the third quarter and the fourth quarter as those tech names are sort of running uphill, right? Their earnings have been growing, but their forecasted earnings are supposed to be higher. And if somewhere along the way, and by the way, it's much more difficult for them to make those increased earnings numbers because of the massive size of these companies, that could potentially be a risk that people are ignoring right now.
All right, Sean, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Sean O'Hara, president of Pacer ETFs. They're out there on the main line of Philadelphia, Malvern, beautiful part of the world out there, right across the road from the whole Vanguard complex. So all that kind of index money is all out there. Some smart folks down there in the greater Philly area. We had Brian Belsky on BMO Capital Markets strategy. He kind of got me nervous because he's calling for, a healthy market calls for, a 10% pullback at some point. We haven't had that. All it takes, I think, and he kind of got me nervous, like September, October timeframe when the markets don't perform well anyway, you get like a less than stellar, not a bad print, a less than stellar print from one of these big chip makers like an NVIDIA. That's it, I would argue, given the concentration risk we're seeing in the marketplace. So Brian Belsky was laying that out. I said, ooh, that kind of makes sense.
Didn't we see that? Is it Micron that their quarter was like really great, but they just didn't raise enough, or they didn't beat and raise enough, and the stock came down from record highs? Like, geez, talk about, under delivering from something that was supposed to be really good. Anyway, we're going to talk about gambling. That's going to be next. This is Bloomberg.
Company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom. Look at some of the company stories we're following. Let's start with the Redstone era. It's ending. Paramount Global agreed to merge with Skydance Media. This is a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison. It ends one of the industry's more dramatic acquisitions. Paramount chair Sherry Redstone agreeing to sell her family's National Amusements, which controls 77% of the voting stock, for $2.4 billion. So this marks a pretty abrupt turnaround after talks between Redstone and Ellison, who, by the way, is the son of Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison, collapsed last month. Redstone's decision at the time to end the discussion shocked the board, frustrated employees as well as investors, and that initially sent the stock tumbling. Ellison, who is only 41, is going to be the chairman and chief executive officer. Ellison believes the company is going to thrive if it does invest in more technology. As the Apple Watch approaches its 10th birthday, the company preparing a big update this fall. Apple planning some notable changes to its original smartwatch line, the series models, including larger displays. The device also is going to be thinner, though the design itself unlikely to look much different.